Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Finance Committee meeting of April 25th, 2024. I am Vikram Chabra, the chair of the committee, and by the powers vested in me, I recognize that we have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. The first item on the agenda, committee members, is to approve the minutes of March 21st and March 23rd, which were distributed to us online. Has everyone had a chance to look at them, and are there any concerns? If not, may I get a motion to approve the minutes of both March 21st and 23rd?
I move the motion.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. We shall now move to the next item on the agenda, which is a presentation of the fiscal year 25 fiscal projection 2 by the town manager.
All right, excellent. Good evening, Finance Committee. As we move to the final phase of the development and review of the fiscal year 2025 budget and financial plan, we're going to review the following changes in expenditures and revenues since fiscal projection 1. We'll look at the revenues first. Net changes is an increase of $2,184,505. And the categories in which those changes have happened are represented in the bold in the final column. Net utility changes amount to $368,545. There was an increase in the utilization of free cash of $78,196. Other available funds increased by $1.5 million. And then lastly, the reduction to the levy amount increased by $153,000. We'll go into each one of these a little bit more detail in the upcoming slides, but just wanted to show you that. So the next one is our revenue category, expenditure categories. So if we look down on the difference column between fiscal projection 2 and 1, you'll see that educational expenses funded through the operating budget have decreased a total of $310,000. These have been offset by ARPA funding. So the school funding in total will remain the same, but this allows us to help maintain the override stabilization fund and work on the percentage increases year over year. There was an adjustment in the municipal expenses of $310,594. There was some recalculation of some of our debt service figures, which was a net change in $7,456. Utility expenses, as I mentioned earlier, $364,356. Most of that is through article closeouts, which typically happen towards the later end of the financial planning process. And most of this revenue is going to be used to support some of the reserves within the sewer department. Warrant articles increase in the amount of $3.3 million. The most notable increase here is $1.3 million from the closeout of the Beal project that's going to be used to offset funding requirements for the cemetery project, which is one of the articles in the warrant that we will be voting on tonight. And the capital improvement plan funded through the operating budget has been reduced by $1.4 million, but that funding is still, for that fire truck, is still going to be used from ARPA instead, and we're going to transition free cash to the stabilization fund for the town, which then gets us at policy level during the year 2025. And then lastly, offsets and charges decreased by $66,484 with updated figures that we've had. So we'll go to the individual departments now. This is the departmental changes, which is a net change of positive $8,038. First department you'll see is the assessor's department. There's an increase of $40,000. This is for the reevaluation, the quinquennial, I think I might have gotten that wrong, but quinquennial reevaluation that will be going on next year. This was initially going to be funded in a separate warrant article, but for the ease of town meeting, we decided to bring it back into the departmental budget as opposed to have it for a separate article. The planning and economic development position department is an increase of $37,501. This is to fund a planning and economic development coordinator position, and we actually used the funding from the Public Works Administration Department for the vacant assistant DPW director position to offset those costs. So there's a net, no real net change in FTEs. We just shifted the funding from one department to another. And whatever other additional funding is required will be funded through ARPA funding that has already been designated by the select board. The police department budget increased $14,986 with updated subscription information. The fire department budget increased $87,951, and this was the funding that was initially allocated as a separate warrant article for the ambulance services in fiscal projection 1. The building inspector's office went up $200 once we corrected a longevity for one of the employees. Debt service, as I mentioned earlier, was an adjustment for some of the debt service notes. Operating support increased $184,245. This most notably is in the IT management services, and this also came with additional funding from Selco, most of it which is a pilot that Selco is using to help support the town in our IT needs, but also identify the appropriate costs to run the IT department. And then we already discussed the reduction of funding to the school from the operating budget. However, that $310,000 is supported through ARPA funding as well. And then now we'll look at the utilities. So if we look at just the utilities here, we can see that there is no change to solid waste, stormwater utilities. The changes are within the water and sewer utilities. Sewer has increased $412,000, and water decreased $48,500. So there was a change in the warrant articles that we were closing out, and you will see that when we go through the individual articles. There was also a reduction in some of the water expenditures. There was an administrative fee for one of the borrowings that was identified in the operating budget for the water, but also in the indirect, so we made that correction. And again, the sewer increase in expenditures and revenues is most directly related to it transferring the funds to the sewer capital improvement reserves. And that is a quick overview, and a lot more of the detail may be reviewed when we look at Article 7 and then the individual utility budgets later this evening.
Are there any other comments or questions? Please.
So there is a reduction in the education and then also one of the fire truck related expenses. So those coming from ARPA. So are there any recurring expenses that are coming out of ARPA, or is just a one-time expense that is coming?
Most of the expenses were for the purchase of books and materials, I believe. It's all one time, and the intent is not having it being reoccurring expenses.
So
and the fire truck is a one-time expenditure.
Follow up on that.
Please.
So with all these expenses now getting through the ARPA funds, so what would be your final left out money to spend by the end of the year when it comes to ARPA?
Yep. I don't have that on the top of my head, but we can get that. The select board did recently. You have that, Alex?
Yeah, there's
Thank you.
about $100,000 that would be unallocated at this point in time.
Okay. So
Thank you,
Sure,
Alex.
please go ahead.
So with that, with that 18,000 coming for the fire department, is that a recurring one or just a one time?
One time.
So so it's not eligible for ARPA related expense?
Right.
Are you talking about the $87,000?
For the ambulance
Right,
services.
yeah.
That's recurring.
That's recurring one, okay. So it's not ARPA eligible. Thank you.
Any further questions from any member of the committee? Milind?
So one more question. So I see $184,000 increase on operational support. You talked about like IT services.
Mhm.
Can you elaborate on, what kind of IT services?
Of course. Yeah, so we've been working with Selco in the development of a managed service agreement for the cost to provide IT services of the town, both, what is required, everything behind the plug, behind the wall, and then what are the, personnel services that are also required to make sure that we can operate a successful town. And we were developing a 5-year plan where the costs that the town was previously paying may not have truly reflected the total cost to actually provide the IT services. So Selco's providing us a pilot. We're trying to identify that so we can show the shared support that we do receive from Selco and the benefit, but we're also trying to reflect the cost so that it's not as jarring each year going forward. It's not anything new, it's just an updated cost for services.
And just follow up, is it related to like the equipments or the support that is provided by?
It's
the
more of the
external vendor?
day-to-day support, the equipment, that's included in the capital budget. So it's more for the day-to-day operations and support.
Thank you.
Gene, please.
Quick question, back to the fire department. You feel you've got sufficient dollars in there for the overtime accounts?
We're in a much better spot than we ever have been, and this year we're on really good, we're at a really good pace where, knock on wood, at this point, we don't think we need a reserve fund transfer, so we think we fixed that long-standing issue, yes.
And one follow-up, on the 87,000 additional on the ambulance, is there any money in there to do a survey for what we may need in the future?
Yeah, we still have that from the prior appropriation, which, last May town meeting, so yes, we still
Is
have
that gonna
those funds.
start shortly, or?
It is, yeah, and now that we have the clear approach, which will be in partnership with UMass, where we'll be looking at a basic life support ambulance to be operated by the town in coordination with UMass, yes, we will start that
You'd
initiative,
start off with one unit?
yes.
Thank you.
I had just one comment, and might sound like a nitpick, but slides 4 and 5, the final column, the difference between FP2 and FP1, under the total expenditures row, I think it's a mistake.
Which, this slide?
4
The
and
next
5.
one.
Yeah,
So, yeah, so I think that bottom line
Yeah,
is
the bottom one, the
actually
utility ones.
calculation
Yeah.
between department requests and
Right.
budgeted,
Yeah.
not fiscal projection 1 and
Yeah.
2, it's an error, yes.
yeah, I just wanted to
Sorry
point that
about
out
that.
for the,
Yep.
for the people who are watching.
Yeah, it should be about 356,000 as is reflected on the earlier, in slide 3,
Okay.
364,000.
Does any other member of the committee have any question or comments? Otherwise, we can proceed. Diana, please.
I wanted to follow up on the about 100,000 of the ARPA funds. I know we had talked at a previous meeting about the homeowner relief. Is that part of what would come out of that?
That is currently funded, so that $100,000 just has not been allocated to anything yet. There is funding already allocated to homeowner relief.
Okay. And so then at some later date, hopefully before the end of the year, we'll have a plan for that remaining ARPA funds?
Yes,
So-
we will, yep. Our plan is, so our next milestone date is August 1st. Everything will be reviewed again and a new plan presented to the select board as needed. And then 60 days thereafter, and then 30 days thereafter. We don't want to leave any dollar unspent.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I believe we're all done, so we can now proceed to the next item on the agenda, which is the public hearing. Prior to reopening the public hearing, I just want to share with everybody the process that we followed the last time. We'll be following an identical way of going through this today. The presenter of every article, kindly, members of the committee, wait till the presentation is complete for any questions. I will open it up to the forum, to the committee, after which I will open it up to the public. As we have a lot of people in the public today, I request that everybody just keeps it to 1 to 2 minutes so that we get everybody a chance, and we have a packed agenda, so thank you for your cooperation in advance. So we will now proceed to the public hearing. May I get a motion to reopen the public hearing for the annual town meeting warrant of May 20th, 2024?
So moved. Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. And the motion passes. We shall proceed to Article 52, which is the general bylaw amendment. And that is on which page of the book?
73.
73.
Mr. Chairman, we felt it was appropriate to allow the experts to provide an overview of this article, so I'll turn it over to Rebecca Keene from Selco, and they can introduce themselves and provide an overview of this article.
Sure.
Hi, everyone. I'm Becca Keene. I'm from Selco. I'm our Director of Integrated Resources and Customer Experience. I'm here with Derek, and I'm here in more of a supporting role. This is his area of expertise, so I'm going to turn it over to him.
And I'm Derek Cool. I'm the electrical engineer with Selco. We're here to kind of speak in support of Article 52. We believe that this would codify and embrace a lot of the current things that we do and practices that we do have in place right now. by enabling this, it'll essentially just support Selco in what we have always done and strive to do. By being able to enact this, we will always now have the support to back up keeping everything underground in new developments, which is something that already exists and is already happening. And we believe that it has a lot of benefits in terms of reliability, and from an economic perspective, it encourages growth. A lot of industrial customers come to us. The more underground that we have and the higher percentage of underground that we can get to their site is viewed as a good thing and encourages a lot of growth in the community. Currently, 60% of our customers are fed in underground systems. So this, again, just goes in support of what we've been trying to achieve for a really long time.
I think you hit all the bases there. Just one thing I would add is that this is not a significant change above and beyond what we or the community is already doing. This would only apply to new public and private ways, which the expectation for those subdivisions, I think, are that those will be underground already. Also, it says right in the article that this would be formally implementing a section of the general law that's already documented and written there.
And one thing I'll add is it doesn't pigeonhole us and force us into anything. We're still enables us to do one-for-one replacements of existing overhead structures. As an engineering department, it's a kind of a case-by-case. And while we like to strategically deploy underground, we know that it's not ideal in every situation. So being able to do one-to-one replacements of existing poles and wires still protects us in that garden, does not lock us into any situation.
And then one thing on the from a customer standpoint, and also regarding the financial impact, we do think that if anything, this would incentivize positive economic activity, because in our experience, larger customers, and actually customers of any size, prefer the aesthetic and the resilience benefits of underground service over overhead.
And it's important, that our existing staff is being trained often in great ways on how to handle, maintain, and replace this. Underground is a big shift from kind of the traditional way of having always done things, but our engineering department, our linemen, our substation crew is getting more and more training each year on how to best care for, install, and maintain these systems.
That was everything on our list, right?
Sure.
Any questions from the committee? Comments or questions?
I have one.
Jean, please.
Did I hear you correctly? You said only developers? How about individual homeowners with lots?
No, that's what that is still in pertained. It does apply in this bylaw. Subdivisions are currently something that existing has to, but this would apply to all new developments.
Is there gonna be any support, like a betterment, if, it's a very expensive cost
Sure.
to put in, it's not like going overhead
Sure.
very easily. It's inexpensive. Are they gonna offer any benefits, like the betterment
So-
act we have with the sewers?
I can tell you from a Selco standpoint, this is unofficial as far as, no formal promises yet, but we are looking into offering a rebate program that would cover this. We're actually pursuing a grant to help us do that. Again, it's not firm yet, but we understand that, so we're already kind of pointed in that direction.
And one other point to that is for a single-family residential home, the cost of a bad cable sure is expensive, but one tree comes down or one incident that takes down the service and the mast from the home is probably going to cost more to the customer than just the underground cable being replaced.
Thank you.
And I had one question. Could there be circumstances in which it's not possible to do underground cabling? And what would happen in that particular case?
Yeah, so from nothing I would say is completely impossible. It's just we have a really good engineering team who can look at these on a case-by-case and find an underground scenario. It might be slightly more cost intensive, absolutely. However, we can make just about anything work via technology is amazing. We're able to pull longer distances without having to have as many pull points for this underground pull. So I would say there's really not an instance I can think of where we've had an inability. It might be difficult, and that's why we, if it is already overhead, we have the ability to maintain that one-to-one replacement with replacing a pole by the side and building out a new infrastructure. But I would say it's quite unlikely that we come across a new development, at least it is very impossible to build underground. We have great linemen and staff that can handle these.
I have two questions. One is, with the existing cul-de-sac or whatever it is, so there's a new house building in between the existing houses. So how do we handle those?
Yeah, so just because there is a pole line in front of their house doesn't mean that they can't pursue an underground option. They can still pursue underground from the nearest utility pole to their home, so that we don't have to add. Usually if there's a new home in between two existing homes, the odds are we have to add a stub pole either in between those existing poles or somewhere on the customer near the lot line. So they can take advantage of the existing poles and run secondary to that. Or we could use some type of interruption point, like a handhole or a pole box, somewhere of the way. So it will, in that scenario, is how we handle that.
One follow up on that. So are you going to coordinate with the rest of the departments, DPW and others, so that everyone is working at the same time, not necessarily digging up every?
Yeah, I would defer to the town, but we've always worked hand in hand to kind of achieve this as a goal. So I don't see a problem with that in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from any member of the committee? If not, I open it up to the public. Are there any questions or comments on Article 52 from the public? Yes, sir, please come up and introduce yourself with your name, your address, and your precinct number.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm Kumar Subramanian, 6 Sinclair Road. My question is to follow up on what you had asked regarding, is there any upper limit to the cost on the, you said that anything is possible with engineering.
Sure.
But there is a cost associated with it.
Absolutely.
So is there an upper limit on the a prohibitive cost that would prevent you from, you say, okay, this costs too much for us, and then we wouldn't do it? Is there
Yeah.
any such provision?
At this time, I would say no, only because we have managed to make everything that has come before us that we're determined to put underground, keep it underground. So, while the excavating could cost a little bit more, if it's tough digging, it's going to be difficult to set poles and could incur more costs just to set poles as well. So typically where it's more expensive to install underground, it's also going to be equally as expensive to install a new pole line and a new overhead system because of how deep we need to set our poles.
Thank you.
So it's kind of somewhat proportional to each other.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the public? If not, we shall move to the next item on the agenda, which is Article 42. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And what page is that?
49.
49. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, members of the committee, for having me tonight to go over the zoning articles that we have proposed for the May town meeting. I understand I'm going to move quickly through these. We have a lot to cover, and I understand time is the essence. So just jumping right into it, Article 42 is our digital sign bylaw update. We currently have digital signage that's allowed throughout the community, in the town center district only. This expands those provisions with some modifications for allowing it town-wide. We've updated the signage regulations in terms of best practices with other town bylaws. The language includes specific design standards and also requires special permit through the planning board. I believe the language has been provided to the board or the committee as well. Do we want to take
Any questions on Article 42?
I would like to know the clarification about these digital signs. Are they restricted to certain zoning? I wouldn't want those to prop up in residential neighborhoods. So
Right, so they're primarily in the commercial districts. There's some very limited provisions for residential districts, more so in line with what you would see with a neighborhood business. Certainly the scale of them is fairly restrictive. One of the largest you see, the Least restrictive is any kind of municipal or school-type use, or you can see the existing police station sign would be an example of what would be probably towards the maximum end of what would be allowed. So in terms of other commercial businesses, we do have a very limited scale in terms of what could be provided, and it's primarily in the commercial business districts.
Please,
One
go ahead.
follow-up, if I may ask. So are there any definitions or parameters set around, what should be the size of the signage and everything?
Yeah, so the design guidelines go into very specific detail of the dimensional requirements and aesthetics of the signs. Again, depending upon the context of where they are. That's further bolstered by this being a special permit process where the planning board would review that in terms of the context and of the surrounding area. In addition to that, it also controls specific messaging to limit the ability for flashing or special effects. It's really primarily promoting static signs with less than 30-second changes. So although we do allow for some changing of the material that is provided on the digital sign, it's meant to not be flashing or distracting in any way.
Please.
One more, sorry. Is there a time limit to which, it should be kept on or,
Yeah, for businesses I would have to go back for the specific zones that we cited to make sure I get those correct. But primarily for businesses, when the business hours close, it's 30 minutes before they open and 30 minutes after is the only. After that, it cannot be illuminated.
Thank you.
Any other questions on Article 42 from any member of the committee? If not, I open it up. Oh, sorry, you had
I'd
it.
just say, there's a lot of changes here. I think it'd be good for town meeting also for the members there can we give a quick highlight of what the major changes are?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of things are the same, but there's a few changes. I would like, especially during town meeting, to have that pointed out.
Yeah, absolutely. What's highlighted in the motion that's been provided, we're primarily adding some language. So we provide a definition for digital message board, and it's a special permit from the planning board for any digital message board and for any changes thereto in terms of the hours that are placed on them. We're only allowing one digital message board per property, and digital message boards, again, provide the individual letters or numbers of the message board not changing more than once per hour and not including flashing or moving lights. We do specifically for digital message boards provide a separate definition of public way. What that's done is that's intended to capture internal private ways. So for example, if you have a property such as Lakeway Commons where that's built on publicly accessible right-of-ways that are technically private property, the signage in terms of flashing and design and aesthetics would still apply to those. We look at prohibitions in terms of the brightness and intensity, and then we have a kind of standard conditions that would apply to all message boards. Again, that's really the design guidelines, the transitioning, and the luminosity of them. We provide some exemptions and for municipally owned buildings to allow flexibility to municipal and school buildings. And I believe that's primarily.
Okay. I just think it'd be good to be able to answer those questions if they come up in town meeting fairly quickly.
Absolutely.
May I ask a very quick?
Rajesh.
Very quick. Does it also align with the downtown restructuring? So this changes align with those requirements already?
Yeah, so it's primarily the existing town center digital sign regulations. It provides a little bit more flexibility. The town center being more of a historic district, it was very expansive in terms of the the provisions of what's allowed. This allows a little bit more flexibility being outside of that historic character, but is still fairly restrictive as kind of mentioned really on the luminosity and the making sure that they're not a nuisance in terms of being displayed.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from the committee on Article 42? If not, I open it up to the public. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Caroline Maycumber, 394 Walnut Street, and I just have a question about why we're moving to expand digital signage. I mean, quite frankly, I find it to be an eyesore, so to echo your point, sir, I think more information before town meeting, specific information about why this is being requested, and just details around the actual specifics rather than just vagueness, I think will be helpful for the vote. So I would ask that that be made available sometime prior to town meeting.
Yeah, so our office will issue a town meeting member memo that will include that. The specific language that's proposed has been provided, but certainly can make that more visible on our planning board.
And can you just let us know, like, where on the, because the town website, as you guys all know, is quite vast. I've gotten lost on it a lot. Where specifically on the town website could one find that?
So on the planning department webpage, so if you go onto the town webpage and you go to government, under planning and economic development, we have a large button. If you scroll, it's one of the largest ones on there that has zoning initiatives. And you can, once you click on that, it has all of the materials for all of our zoning initiatives. You can choose which one.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, just to speak a little bit to the why we're pursuing digital sign bylaw and expanding that into town. The intent, again, is really looking at making sure that they're not a nuisance, but this is a frequent request that we get from existing business owners of wanting to place some form of digital message board on, especially businesses that have tenants that may change from time to time. This allows them, rather than having to go out and do a full new sign, to simply change the tenant or change some of the messaging. And it's a frequent request that we get, and our current bylaw does not support that as it is, unless it's prior protected.
So in some ways, this is restricting the nuisance of the signs. I see this luminosity, there's hours. Are we tightening up some regulations as well on this?
Yeah, so I wouldn't say it's necessarily reducing the nuisance. So the existing digital signage is protected from zoning in many cases. What this does is it provides a regulatory avenue to regulate that, rather than it only being from protected by zoning. And so I think this will give us tools to actually allow it where the context is sensitive or appropriate. And then as those ones that are protected end their lifespan and have to be adjusted, we'll now have the regulatory framework to bring those into better compliance.
Any other question from the public? If not, we shall move to Article 43.
So Article 43 is an update to our farmers market definition. Primarily what this does is it amends the ratio of allowable produce and craft vendors to a simple majority rather than the formula that we have currently in place. What we've found is that formula tends to be overly restrictive in terms of allowing of a variety of vendors and businesses to engage in the market, and limits the engagement of vendors with that market. So this would allow that to be a simple majority, still primarily requiring produce vendors to be part of the farmers market. But it also changes from a special permit with the Zoning Board of Appeals to the Planning Board.
So what was the historical reason for 12%? Just
I believe the historical reason was in terms of concern of significant amount of craft vendors, and it kind of falling out of line with what is traditionally a farmer's market and more towards other types of markets that are not as desirable. So we think that this still strikes that balance, but provides that somewhat flexibility and from passing the zoning, that was one of the comments back from the state, not requiring us to change that, but they suggested that it was one of the most restrictive in the states in terms of ratios of vendors.
Any questions from the committee on Article 43? Diana?
So you mentioned the permit changes now to the, sorry, I forget what you had said.
Sorry, yeah, so currently a special permit with the Zoning Board of Appeals. This brings it to the special permit with the Planning Board.
Okay.
I'm just gonna.
Sure.
I actually think it's a great idea. I've been involved with a lot of farmers markets, and when you get too few vendors, the farmers markets actually die out because they don't bring enough people in to see it. So I think it's a positive to allow that ratio to go up.
Any public comment? Anybody from the public on Article 43? If not, we shall move to Article 44.
So Article 44 is the transit-oriented development overlay that's being proposed. This is in relation to the Chapter 40A mandate, Section 3A, which is known as the multifamily zoning requirement for MBTA communities. We're proposing to create a transit-oriented development approach with a redevelopment focus to achieve compliance while encouraging traditional mixed-use development types and expanding upon existing local design guidelines, which have successfully generated mixed-use projects locally. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to go, I've provided a number of presentations on this. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on the some of the specifics, but really looking at the financial models. Briefly, I do want to talk about the rising housing costs and the housing crisis, which the state has mentioned as the impetus for this legislation. Looking at really targeting the missing middle housing to provide for vulnerable populations and address rising housing costs. The important part on this slide, I think, is the graph of percentage of housing stock, Shrewsbury versus the state. What you can see is we are primarily single family, and that middle housing you can see in relation to the state. The bars that go from yellow to white shows that we are, in relation to the state, disproportionately missing those 2-family, 5 to 9 units. And so we are in that kind of missing middle housing category, primarily single-family home or higher density developments in relation to other communities throughout the state, or the state statistics. Next slide, please. Again, looking at housing production, by the decade, it's important to look at our production in the past. We've seen a decline in actual housing production locally, and this is also mirrored at the state level. Important here, I think, just a couple call-outs as you see from the 70s to the 90s, the introduction of the condominiums and rental apartments really increasing. This is a state and national trend. They call it the condo craze, which was something that occurred, and you see that rise and that increase in that development, which has remained somewhat consistent. The 90s to 2000 is in Shrewsbury where the Toll Brothers primarily came through, so you see an increase in single-family homes, and then again, still that decline in terms of actual housing production. So although we are seeing significant projects go on in town, it's not necessarily unprecedented in terms of past development trends. Next slide, please. The proposed zoning overlay that we have provided is targeting the Route 9, Route 20 Cloverleaf area, most notably the Christmas Tree Shops location, as well as Shrewsbury Commons and Minna Terrace. The district, as we've drawn it, is approximately 173 acres. Under it, the 95 acres are residential, and that's what we're utilizing to fulfill the mandatory, the multifamily by right component. We also have approximately 78 acres, which are commercial and industrial under. We're utilizing that district in relation to the mandatory mixed-use component, allowing us to capture 374 units towards our capacity from that district. We're requiring mixed use in those zones, and so that provides us the ability to pursue mixed-use development and defend commercial components where that base zoning is already commercial. Considerations, we looked at the proximity to Northborough's proposed district, as well as Westborough's recently approved districts, access to Route 9 and Route 20. It's also a redevelopment opportunity, not just with Christmas tree shops, with some of the other areas, some of the older, kind of housing developments, as well as the industrial commercial properties that could benefit from mixed-use style development in the area. There's existing density already there, and we'll kind of go over that a little bit more detail in the next slide. There's also water constraints that we understand, or sorry, not water constraints, it's sewer constraints on Walnut Street, which preclude significant development in the near term without that infrastructure being in place. There's also some limited proximity to Westboro Station. It's approximately a mile and a half away. I won't say that it's necessarily walkable or able to be easily reached by pedestrian or bike, but it is that distance. And this meets what was one of our goals, the minimum effective compliance. We're looking at limiting significant development of new units with this proposal to the extent possible, while still meeting the criteria and providing a path towards compliance. Next slide, please. So this just breaks that out a little bit more in terms of the compliance. So the Shrewsbury Commons area is approximately 45 acres. Above existing conditions with the zoning as proposed, they would be able to develop 276 units additionally. The entire Walnut Street district as proposed is approximately 50 acres, and they would, under this zoning, be able to produce approximately 577 units above the existing conditions. Again, there's significant infrastructure considerations in terms of that, those parcels in Walnut Street existing. Next slide, please. So one of the comments received back was looking at not just past grants, but anticipated grants moving forward. Valid point. So we did do that analysis and looked at the near-term grants that we're looking at, 5-year framework in terms of past grants received. We've outlined some of those, and then anticipated grants. Although this isn't all of the grants that we do pursue, these are the ones that are part of the 13 discretionary grants that are identified in terms of, and the 4 specific grants identified by the mandate that would be at risk of lack of funding. So currently we are working to apply for Housing Works infrastructure program in terms of a Green Street, South Street connector road bridge design. That's design only. We're estimated $500,000 for our application for that. In addition, we would likely pursue a Community One Stop for Growth grant for the actual implementation of that design, which we're estimating, and it's hard to do without a design in place, but we're estimating between $4 and $8 million for those improvements. 2026, we're also looking for a comprehensive master plan update. So we would be pursuing a Community One Stop for Growth application for that. We're estimating approximately $200,000 for that. Our comprehensive master plan is nearing the end of its lifespan. Also, Massachusetts Housing Partnership, we do receive 40B technical assistance grants up to $10,000 per project. We're currently utilizing a grant for that for the 40B on Green Street and South Street. And we can apply for that per project in the amount of $10,000. We're also frequently utilize the Massachusetts Downtown Initiative Program. Some notable projects that we are looking to pursue with that grant funding opportunity is the implementation over the next 5 years of the remainder of our local rapid recovery plan projects. That plan was looking at economic recovery post-COVID. So just briefly touching on those, we have identified a town center parking and wayfinding project, town commons improvements, placemaking initiatives, branding and marketing initiatives, as well as a public art program. And we have those dollar amounts as provided in the local rapid recovery plan. We also are looking at mass development for potential grant opportunity if we pursue redevelopment of the Empire Cleaner site. Next slide. When we talk about affordable housing, I think it's important to note that there is existing zoning. We have our inclusionary zoning bylaw, which in many cases already requires 10%, sometimes more, in terms of any new development in town, depending upon the district in which it's being proposed. So we do have that existing affordability component in place. The mandate does limit our requirement from 10% at 80% AMI, and we are pursuing an economic feasibility analysis that may justify a greater percentage, allow us to require a greater percentage of affordability or deeper affordability components. Next slide, please.
All right, Chris, I'll pick up from here.
Yep.
All right. So first, I just want to reiterate what Chris had said earlier and in the previous presentation. So, of course, the MBTA's zoning compliance requires that we establish a compliant zoning overlay district where housing density could be constructed as of right. Certainly, the private market developers and landowners will control the development as they do in all other aspects of private development in the community. For instance, we know that there's a new owner of 1000 Boston Turnpike, and they've pulled permits to fit out a trampoline park business there and 40,000 square feet of that. None of this impacts our ability to put compliant zoning in place, which is the initiative that we're proposing this evening. It's important for the Finance Committee to understand the financial implications of high-density development within the town, using real data from the built environment that we have in the community. So we've conducted a preliminary financial analysis for your information this evening. But again, I just want to stress there's no requirement for the construction of housing, but foreseeing questions about what may happen if it does come to fruition, we wanted to inform this board as you consider your recommendation this evening. So next slide.
Kevin, could I just interrupt for 1 second? Alex, are these slides on the drive? I can't find them.
They're a PDF,
Oh,
so
they're a PDF. What's the name of it?
FinCom MBTA.
item number 4.
MBTA.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
Question. Just to clarify, I've heard it before, but this is just an overlay. So once we put the overlay in, any builder that comes in can build on the original zoning. So if we overlay commercial with this housing, a builder could still go in and build commercial. And how many units have we already accounted for with the zoning? Because I know Shrewsbury Commons is 13 units per acre, so density, which is just under the highest density.
There's 644 existing units in the district as we have it drawn currently.
So of the 1942, we already sort of have 600 of them there. I mean, they could rebuild an extra however many, I forget how many you said, if they wanted to tear it all down at a huge expense and then build it all up at a huge expense.
Correct. So the existing, so it's not a housing production goal. So
Right.
In terms of what's there is not necessarily, so it does count towards our capacity. But it's in terms of what's actually developed, it really, we just have to provide for zoning at a certain density. So that number of what we're showing is showing that net of what would be.
Well, I guess my question is, could they come in and just build an additional 1,900 units, even though we have those units? Is that a possibility of the zoning?
So no, they would have to, it would depend upon the acreage of their parcel and.
Right, they'd most likely have to tear down something in order to build that, build 1,900. That's what I want to understand, is that most likely we will not get a net new of 1,900 homes. Or 1,500, excuse me, 15, was it
Or
1,490?
it comes down to 1,100 with the multi-zoning, right?
Sorry?
It comes down to about 1,100 because of the
Right, with
multi-purpose.
the mixed use offset.
Mixed use,
Right.
yeah.
Okay, because one of the things I keep hearing is they're going to put in 1,500 or whatever, it's 1,492, I think, which is an interesting number, but new homes if we pass this zoning, and I don't think that would be feasible.
Right.
It'd be much less than that.
No, but just to understand what the question that Dennis is asking, are you saying that there will be a net effect in the sense that the existing homes, like whatever number we have, 1,100 minus the existing, is the number of new homes possibly that could be created?
Yeah, so we're projecting the district currently, as written and as drawn, would support through the multifamily by right only, a development of 853 new units.
Because there's not enough land to build 1,400. You'd have to tear something down and build on top of that.
As we have it drawn.
Okay. And one of the ones you picked is a very dense unit already.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry we interrupted you, Kevin, but you had questions?
Yeah, it was actually regarding the financial analysis given. Thank you for it. I think it's helpful. And it's nice to see there could be a potential gain of 1.8 million based on this analysis. What are we getting for the property as it stands now?
I don't have that in front of me, to be honest with you. Dave can look it up as we're going through this 1,000 Boston Turnpike.
Yeah.
And then,
Just the tax on that?
yeah, and then the Shrewsbury Commons as well.
I'll look that up during your presentation.
All right. So I want to refer right back to Mr. McGoldrick's reference to 853 units. We, through our analysis, feel that that is the most likely number of units that would be constructed with the introduction of this overlay, for a number of reasons that have been discussed here. Sure, there's a scenario where someone could come in and tear down every structure that's within that zoning district, but that would also, if it's a single developer, it would require the assemblage of all that property into single ownership, demolition, displacement of people living there, a big hurdle. We want to be compliant with what is required of us from MBTA. We want to meet the minimum viable compliance with what we are presenting this evening. We feel the most appropriate number to work from is 853 units, and that's where I'll talk through my talking points this evening. So,
Sorry. And that's, you think, the maximum that would be possible net new?
the most viable number.
Okay.
Yep, so, yeah, not tearing down housing units that exist and all those things, right? So I'll start at the top of the slide, and I want to work through these numbers with you all. So the average value per unit that we're using is a combination of the values of the 250 units that are at the Edgemere Crossing development, which is also known as the Market Basket development, which is our most recent high-density housing development within the community at 228 Hartford Turnpike, and the Quinn 35 development, also known as Lakeway Commons at 35 Harrington Avenue. So taking the valuation of the residential components only of those mixed-use developments, there's an average front door value of the apartments there of $268,746 per door or per apartment unit. If you take that times the 853 units that we think is the most viable number, it brings a total assessed value of just shy of $230 million. The tax rate that we currently have for fiscal year '24 is $12.38. That would provide a little over $2.8 million in annual tax revenue from those 853 units. When it comes to motor vehicle excise tax, we've looked at the 4 largest major multifamily residential developments within Shrewsbury: Madison Place, Autobahn Shrewsbury, Quinn 35, and Edgemere Crossing. We assembled all of the funds that we actually received in motor vehicle excise from those properties in fiscal year '23, the most recent fiscal year. We divided that out over the number of units that was at those locations. Comes out $189.11 per unit. So taking the 853 units times the 189, $161,311 in taxes are estimated to be raised. So again, based upon this scenario with existing known values in motor vehicle excise revenue that we're receiving in the town of Shrewsbury and applying it to these 853 units, a little shy of $3 million in revenue that we would anticipate. So what would this look like from a cost factor? So obviously education is one of the greatest costs any municipality in Massachusetts and across the country faces if they're responsible for it. So the estimated number of school-age children for a development has been developed using the October 2023 school census data for Madison Place, Audubon, Shrewsbury, Quinn 35, and Edgemere Crossing. When you take all the school-age children within those high-density developments within the town of Shrewsbury, on average, you get 0.192 children per unit. If we take that calculation times the 853 units, that would yield 165 school-age children. So I want to talk a little bit about the education costs that we're using this evening. In working with the Shrewsbury Public Schools to understand specific approaches that they use in financial forecasting and budget development, I have developed a total estimated educational cost impact for those 165 school-age children. Specifically, incremental costs are captured when thresholds of new students are anticipated within 3 specific cohorts of our school system: elementary, middle, and high schools. It is forecast that incremental costs occur upon reaching a threshold of 25 additional students per cohort. For this analysis, 55 students are estimated at each cohort level, with a total cost of additional educators of just over $568,000. Educational material cost estimates are at $90,000 and $90,000 for additional transportation services. The total additional estimated of cost to the public schools is $748,141. Additionally, the 2 largest cost factors for municipal operations for a development like this fall within public safety. Using the current staffing ratio of residents and the FY24 actual average costs across all ranks for police and fire, public safety cost estimate is $375,114. So what we've done is we've utilized those same 4 large apartment communities within Shrewsbury. We've looked at the average number of residents from the 2024 census. We found that the highest density, the most number of residents fall within the newest with the Lakeway. We've focused on that one, within Edgemere. So we're just using the density within Edgemere because it is the greatest density. The average was somewhat lower than this. We expect that a development of 853 units at 1.7 individuals per unit would yield roughly 1,454 additional residents. We then applied the current staffing ratios of officers per 1,000 residents and firefighters per 1,000 residents. When we took those average costs across all ranks and developed our public safety cost. I just want to talk about one variation to this. So Alex, could you go to the next slide, please? So I wanted to provide one alternative, which I'm calling a maximum look at what cost factors could be associated with a development like this. So you'll recall whenever I talked about educational costs and the number of school-age children per unit, I averaged those over those 4 largest communities. Through this analysis, I looked at just Audubon Shrewsbury, which has the greatest number of children per unit, which is 0.44 children per unit. So if we were to have an experience of 0.44 children per unit at the 853 residential units, the educational cost component would increase nearly $1 million. But still, in a scenario like this, there's no reason to change the police and fire, right? Those factors remain the same. But even in a scenario like this, there's a net tax revenue over anticipated expenses. There's plenty of room for the minor incremental costs that may occur across other departments. Public safety departments are the most resident-sensitive departments that we have. So I think this is an analysis for the Finance Committee to consider. It is using Shrewsbury data, which I don't think it's any better than that whenever we want to understand what would most likely happen to our community for a major development like this. So I have one more slide to get through. It's not financial based, but if you'd give me that opportunity, then I'd be happy to answer any questions. So I want to talk about some other statewide context and debate that's going on about MBTA communities. I want to start off by saying that I'm not the biggest fan of MBTA communities. I'm a very home rule oriented person. Town managers like to have home rule control. We like to help our communities control our own destiny. We don't always get our way, and the state is the supreme entity. It created municipalities and controls some of the things that we do. So there's an essential interplay between state and local governance in Massachusetts, and I wanted to highlight the balance of the autonomy and the oversight between municipal zoning and housing regulations. So Massachusetts, of course, upholds the principle of home rule, allowing municipalities to govern themselves unless their actions conflict with state laws. This autonomy is defined in the Home Rule Amendment, Article 89 of the Massachusetts Constitution. Municipalities can act laws, local bylaws, and ordinance provided that they don't contravene with state laws. State has the ability to carve out sections of law that they control. So with regards to state supremacy, despite the home rule, the Massachusetts Constitution, Part 2, Chapter 2, Section 1, Article 4 affirms the supreme power of the state legislature over local governance, and this means that state law can set boundaries and impose restrictions on municipal powers. There's a couple examples that I'd like to go through with legislation impacts our local governance on a day-to-day basis already. You're not going to be surprised to hear me say MGL Chapter 40B, right? That's a housing law that the state controls, how municipalities can act and respond to development. Very powerful. You know, developers can come in and construct housing regardless of what our local zoning provides for. Interrupts our commercial business districts with very limited control that we have here locally. Within Chapter 40A, which is the state's zoning establishment, their carve-out for zoning matters. Section 3 is also known as the Dover Amendment, restricts local zoning from affecting particular types of uses. That can have an impact on residential districts, including what can go into a single-family home, which may not otherwise be allowed. Can be operated by nonprofit or commercial entity for particular purposes, and we've seen that here in Shrewsbury in the last couple of years. The third example that I have is the Wetlands Protection Act, MGL Chapter 31, Section 40, which mandates local protections of wetlands, affirmatively requires the town to take particular steps with regards to development in our community. Finally, within this area, I just wanted to talk about judicial decisions with regards to local zoning. And one case specifically from 2019 in Bell Alta versus Zoning Board of Appeals of Brookline. What I find most interesting about this case, although it's not really deep into the zoning, it has to do with non-conformance of structures. The SJC specifically acknowledged that given the housing crisis in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and this was 5 years ago before COVID, that impacts and decisions around zoning and development must consider the housing crisis that we are all facing because of economic reasons. So I'll talk a little bit about statewide compliance, the status of statewide compliance. There's 177 municipalities that are impacted by MBTA zoning out of the 351. In my opinion, there's a lot more talk of non-compliance than actual non-compliance going on across the Commonwealth. There certainly are some bellwether communities that are out there disputing their obligations through this, but still that talk is being picked up more in the media than the compliance that we're seeing in Franklin and Grafton and Harvard and Northborough and Westborough. Certainly earlier this week, Marshfield decided to reject the proposal that was put in front of them by their staff. And it was a clear indication that the state said, that's your choice to make. You have until the December 31st, 2024 to come into compliance. So we'll keep our eye on that. We'll keep our eye on the Milton matter. They're currently the only community that's actually not in compliance, that has to be in compliance by this state. Implications for noncompliance, as previously reviewed by Mr. McGoldrick, there's 13 grant categories. I want to be clear that those grants are significant to the town of Shrewsbury, and they're more significant than the dollar value of the grant that we receive. They provide significance in building a tax base, building commercial tax base, and building future ongoing revenues for this community to support every municipal service, including education, that we provide. They're really important to the community. They're way more important than the dollar and cents that we receive through the grant itself. We're certainly targeting about $6.3 million. The target of those projects is to build the tax base, continue to improve quality of life conditions here in Shrewsbury. I'm certainly not a lawyer, but I'll talk just for a second about the Milton case. Milton Town Meeting adopted zoning that met MBTA compliance, and then through a ballot referendum, the residents of the community voted to overturn Milton's Town Meeting action. Upon the result of the local referendum, the Attorney General has brought lawsuit against the town of Milton to compel compliance. I disagree with that part the most. I think there is clear defined definition of implications for noncompliance. There's two shalls in Chapter 48, Section 3A. There's a shall, create the zoning, and if you don't comply, shall not receive state grants. Whenever this was rolled out by the Commonwealth and all their presentations through all their subsidiaries, they focused on those grants. And if we didn't comply, then we weren't going to receive the grants. And that's how we prepared for this. The AG has taken another step and said the first shall is more important than the second shall. We think we can compel communities to do that. While I disagree with that, we'll have to see what happens in October when the SJC takes that matter up, and who knows when they ultimately provide a decision on that. So given everything that I've seen, my understanding of these matters, I think there's a strong indication beyond constitutionality that's discussed, that I've discussed in home rule and things before, that this is going to be upheld, and that Milton will be found or have to somehow comply with this. So town staff and I believe that compliance is in the best interest of the town of Shrewsbury. Data certainly supports the purpose and intent of MBTA zoning initiative. The state has the authority to limit local governance and when there is a compelling interest, and I think those two things go hand in glove. The SJC certainly has recently ruled in 2019, as I mentioned, indicating that there's a housing crisis. We all know 2019 seems like the wonder years compared to 2024 when it comes to cost and housing availability and things like that. The loss of funding has real implications for the town of Shrewsbury and the grant programs, even if that was the only implication. From a staff level, it's our duty to provide you all in town meeting with a path to compliance. That is what we're setting forth to the legislative body. We think it is their greatest point of control and autonomy in this matter, and allowing the state to intervene through non-compliance, I think puts us in a tough spot, and I think we'd rather control our own destiny through our own legislative body than worry about what Beacon Hill does. So, happy to take any questions about this and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for that, the way you put it and all the factual information that you provided, and also to Chris, thank you. I spent a lot of midnight oil going through those presentations, those recordings. I had just a couple of questions. One is, in your numbers that you provided as far as the financial analysis was concerned, what about potential commercial revenue as well, just residential property tax? I'm pretty sure that there would be opportunities because of residential areas coming up for commercial activity that could also increase that number even more.
It absolutely could. I didn't include that in my analysis. That would be above and beyond this. It was my intention to show an indication of purely residential revenues versus costs associated with the residential aspects. Certainly police and fire, service, commercial. Education is the largest factor in that. But generally speaking, you're right. Like if I look at Edgemere Crossing, there's 17% more tax revenue that comes from those commercial aspects of that development. I didn't include that in my valuation or any part of my analysis, any commercial revenue. And then Lakeway Commons, there's 23% additional revenue, that comes from the commercial aspects of those development. Again, my analysis here tonight is just the residential revenue and the residential expenses.
Yeah, exactly, because over my years in this committee, I've come to understand the budget challenges that the town has in terms of the structural defects that we've talked about, as far as raising revenues, the reasons why we have to go for overrides to provide those services that we expect from our schools. So revenue opportunities are definitely something that, I know there's a plan, and the grants do basically open a road for potential revenue increases for the town. That leads me to just one more question, and I'll open it up to the other members of the committee. Chapter 40B, my understanding, and I'd like to understand this better, it's still, even if we were to say not go ahead with this, Chapter 40B still gives an opportunity for builders to come in and build stuff. But the safe harbor clause that was described protects us against that. So it's not that we don't have numbers, but there is some protection mechanism. We're not going to stop development in any which way
Right.
as a result of this.
Right. Correct.
Okay.
And the other side of that is they have that opportunity to do today, right? The market is always going to play its hand, right, into what is needed and what is viable from an economic standpoint of the private sector, right? So, doomsday scenarios or something like that could happen today, right? They have that authority right now. Putting this overlay district in, while it's not something that we would do on our own in compliance with what we're asked to do here, gives us an opportunity to control more than 40B, allows us to in this area.
Dennis?
On that 40B note, has that been deemed constitutional in the state?
Time and time again.
And if I understand it correctly, the new zoning is actually less restrictive than 40B because it's a shall. You shall zone for it, but there's no requirement to build it, where 40B, they're gonna make you build, right? 40B, you have to let them build if they come in. It's more than a shall. Because my point is, I don't like having to build all this, being forced into it as well. But I also wonder, is it smart for the town to fight it and spend a lot of money fighting it, because I'm sure lawyers aren't cheap. We know that with Beal. And then just for it to become, it's constitutional. So then we're stuck losing some grants, because we'll probably at that point, come back and vote on it. But I just want to make sure that 40B has been proven to be constitutional.
And just to I'm sorry, that wasn't a question, right?
No, that was more of a statement
Yeah,
that we've proven it there. So.
I glanced at this. So just to provide a little bit of information from Mr. Ganger's question. So with regards to the Shrewsbury Commons and 1,000 Boston Turnpike, we're currently receiving $622,000 in taxes there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And just real quick follow-up on that. I hazard if they rebuilt that to get a few more units in, we'd probably get a lot more than we're currently getting. It'd probably double, being a new building and all.
Rajesh, you had some questions?
Yeah, so thanks for the presentation. I think, and the data associated to that, that's, I think, from, I think was one of the requests from the meetings, right? Follow-up meetings on the MBTA information sessions. So this gives a perspective on what's the cost estimate and what we are expecting and revenue and everything. And my question is, so within the overlay, the proposed draft overlay, I think slide 7. So we have 276 deficit in commons area, and then we have also 374 in or 577 in Wall Street. But you also mentioned that we don't have a sewer capacity in that area. So how do, if this passes, will that have any impact with not having a sewer capacity and all those things?
So that has no impact. So the infrastructure kind of barriers the state has in their presentation said that that is something that the town and the developer would have to work out in terms of unlocking those parcels. And so they maintain that the town does not need to provide any infrastructure to the developer in order to facilitate development of these parcels. So that Walnut Street is, from our understanding under existing conditions, precluded from any significant development of this scale. So again, we're providing zoning, which does not necessarily require development from the private sector. But yeah.
A couple follow-ups on the analysis.
But this is the rest of the comments.
Mr. Kerr, I think on the analysis front, I think thanks for those two all variables, which is a lower end and then the maximum end. So one question I'm looking at is it's per cost per kid in education in the current scenario. But if you were looking at the number of kids, are we ready to in the assumption scenario still? Is our infrastructure ready for that?
Mm-hmm. Well, certainly the larger cohort of students where you get, so where you get into 375 students would be, have pressure on the various schools. There's no doubt about it, right? Whether it's the high school, we we have, it's tight there already. So, yeah, I mean, there's implications to all this. We'd have to look at it. So, again, so this scenario, utilizes that 0.44, which is only currently seen in apartment developments, one of them, which is Audubon.
Right.
Yeah.
So but it has those additional aspects that are not part of the analysis.
Yeah, yep, no, I mean, there's no, I'm not including any new debt service or, investments in schools or anything like that in this analysis. This is ongoing revenue, ongoing expenses.
One more follow-up, and then I'm scared. So, if we are in compliance, if we are not in compliance, we have long list of repercussions. Looks like, but if we are in compliance, what apart from grants, does the state provide any benefit for the towns that are in compliance?
Not specifically through MBTA, no.
Thank you.
Just two quick questions. In that 853 total, does that include the new development on Green Street?
It does not.
It does not.
It does not.
So there's an additional 350 there that will be added to that amount?
Well, so the 853 is our scenario that we're using to try to illustrate the cost of this development alone. It doesn't include any other development within the community. Yep.
The second thing is, I think on the slides, it would be very important when you're looking at those grant totals, that you highlight some of the totals, so you go from page to page. Maybe you take it out in red or something, because there's a lot of small ones and then there's a lot of large ones. So I think, to get up to this large total the manager just indicated on grants, it'd be a good factor to present, my opinion.
Thank you.
Gene's comment is exactly what I was going to, on the grants, so, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
So, just to follow up on Gene's comment, right? 853 is a number, but the MBTA guideline says minimum 1,500, right? So, do we have an analysis using 1,500 as a number, or worst case scenario?
I don't have that analysis here this evening. We think 853 units is the most likely scenario that we would see associated with this zoning overlay district.
Right. And another, just follow up about the Green Street, right? So I know we have Walnut Street carved out as part of this proposed overlay. Why not Green Street? Like,
That's not part
was
of the
there
zone.
ability or inability for us to overlay existing, project? Is that why?
It,
I mean, I'm just trying to get at is like, if we do that, we are already, utilizing that project which is already approved as part of it and not getting a net new 577, right?
So
Like,
Chris,
just trying to balance
Want
it
to talk
out.
about our overall approach to?
Yeah, so the overall approach, as we mentioned, we looked at overlaying existing high-density housing, primarily the Minna Terrace and the Shrewsbury Commons, which are contributing significantly to those units. So what we've done is we've overlaid primarily existing multifamily housing. So that 853 unit is looking at the, what would be able to be developed by right under this zoning. And again, it's, spread out across a number of parcels. Many of them have existing development, which are unlikely to significantly be developed on the site. So looking at that again, so the Shrewsbury Commons has approximately 500 units existing on site, and that the density that we have it listed at would allow for 276 additional units potentially at that site. And so that's the by right multifamily only, so.
Yeah, but my question was why are we not considering the Green Street?
Sorry, so, and so part of it, so when looking at the compliance model, in terms of splitting up separate districts, we did look at one of our, kind of original strategies, as the compliance, early strategies prior to the compliance guidelines, shifting, was looking at essentially overlaying all of our, just our multifamily and apartment, parcels. What that runs into is there's, adjacency requirements as well as lot size requirements, minimum district requirements that have to be met. And many of those districts would not be able to be included in terms of that. So it's, we can't just spot zone existing parcels to achieve the zoning. What this does is this creates one parcel that's connected, meets the adjacency and the minimum district requirements. It also utilizes two existing multifamily, two existing multifamily districts. And it also provides adequate acreage without expanding into either the commercial districts or existing single-family residential districts. And on top of this also, which isn't shown here, is there's additional excluded land which they pull out of any district, which is your wetlands and other kind of institutional land. So, for example, the larger parcel to further down Walnut Street is actually town-owned land, so that would not be able to be included anyways. Even if we drew the zone over it, it would simply not factor in.
Diana?
Thank you guys so much for the analysis. I really find real accurate data coming from our local community to be extremely helpful, not just rumors and speculation, but backed up by strong data analysis. So thank you for that. My question is around the affordability component. So I know we're looking to do economic feasibility study. When will that be anticipated to be completed?
Sorry, that was the economic feasibility analysis?
Yeah.
So I do have a draft of that. I'm still working with the consultant in order to kind of finalize that document, so I don't have that prepared to show today, but I do have a draft in hand with some preliminary numbers. Part of that is they're actually also seeking clarification for a number of communities that they're working with in terms of what they call mixed results in terms of the feasibility. They're trying to get a better indication from the state and the EOHLC with those mixed result communities in terms of how the state is going to approach that result, if they'll approve it with mixed results or if they'll not allow that mixed result to be put. So the preliminary numbers are an increase from the 10%, but how much we'll be able to go through that will depend upon how the state views that mixed result analysis.
Okay, can I follow up there?
Sure.
So with this overlay district, can we ensure that whatever developer comes in and does it will have the 10% or the increased percentage, whatever it ends up being, be affordable housing?
Yeah, so our existing inclusionary, regardless if it's in the zone or otherwise, will require a minimum of the 10%. If we're allowed to pursue and require more, I anticipate that we likely will, and that would be, we would adjust the specific zoning language to require that. What that does is it requires, through the permitting process, them to provide a deed restriction, which officially requires them to fill those with as affordable units.
Thank you.
May I ask you
Sure.
one quick question? These are not supposed to be like are anticipated to be affordable units, right? They're not part of the affordability clause, or they don't satisfy necessarily being a part of that 10%.
They will.
They will.
The 10% that we require through our zone, our affordable, our inclusionary zoning will be included in our subsidized housing inventory, our affordable count.
In an assumption scenarios, so if we have those units, where we stand on so we are done with where we stand on the percentage.
We're currently at 6.2% on our SHI. I do anticipate, given the numbers, that if this was fully built out, I would anticipate a significant timeline for the reasons of infrastructure and the parcels, the nature of the parcels chosen, that it's unlikely that it would be built out in the near term. But I do anticipate that this district would support achieving that 10% goal with the affordable that would be produced out of it.
Thank you.
Is that including the projects that are currently proposed now and this?
So that 6.2 is existing. The projects currently in permitting for 40B have not been added to the SHI. They need to actually issue the decision prior to being placed on the subsidized housing inventory. So those are not included in that 6.2.
Okay. I just have another question.
Sure, please.
Regarding the grants and the funding that we'd get if we met compliance, so are you saying if we are complying, the grants are guaranteed, or it's still not guaranteed to get the grants and the 6.2 million?
Yeah, those 13 state grant programs are competitive.
Mm-hmm.
We've been awful darn competitive,
Mm-hmm.
but no, it is a competitive process. Yeah.
Okay. And then what would happen if we didn't do this proposal? Like, what's the other scenario, I guess?
I mean, that's the big question, right? It seems like something other than just not receiving grants at this point. That's at least the position that the state attorney general has taken to somehow force compliance. What that looks like, we're not sure.
Dennis?
We've basically, I think from the first slide, was about 4.5 million in grants that we received over 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So we're getting close to $1 million a year in grants, and that goes back, 5 years. So I'm sure we got less those earlier years. So we're probably going to lose roughly $1 million in grants a year at a minimum. In this case, we could lose all 8 million if we didn't get any of the grants. And I'm wondering, do we have a scenario that kind of shows that where we end up if we, if you say, hey, we're lousy at getting grants for the next 5 years, so we're not going to lose, we're only going to lose $1 million. How does that look comparatively? And that doesn't include any of the legal fees, correct?
No. If we weren't in compliance. That's a hard question to answer, to be honest with you. These grants are enabling grants, right? They allow us to do things that we don't otherwise have access to do today. They allowed us to build infrastructure to create Centec North, right? Which is 300,000 square feet of modern high-tech manufacturing and pharmaceutical space. Those are the things that these grants allow us to do. It's enables those opportunities, and having the great staff that we have, having the vision that we have for commercial development, and working with the partners that we've worked with, that's why we've been successful in these grants, and that's what we continue to do. And We have great relationships at the State House, and we share our ideas with them. They help us get there. So it's hard to say what it looks like without the grants. I can tell you, we miss opportunities is probably the best thing that I can say.
And as you said, we have a good history of getting these grants in the past. It's just a loss of opportunity that will happen as a result. Are there any other questions from the committee? If, Milan, please.
So, I'm looking at it three ways, right? Like the clarity, the identification of zoning law or zoning, and then the due diligence, right? So, I think from a clarity perspective, I know you presented, all the details. I'm still kind of thinking about it will be good to have a financial analysis based on a 1,500 number rather than 853, so that we know what if scenario. What would that look like? From a zoning perspective, I know planning board went through like 3 different proposals, and it would be good to know kind of how did we landed on this one?
6, yep.
Oh, 6 different. And how did we landed on this one versus, others, and what was the financial implications considered in those? And from due diligence perspective, I was thinking like, and this is just a question in terms of, there are certain communities which are waiting for the Supreme Court to decide. So why now? And why not wait?
Yeah, it is our pure and unfiltered recommendation that compliance is our best option. Rolling the dice and getting into a legal dispute with the Commonwealth is not the path that we're recommending to the community. The legislative body has the opportunity to choose that path. There are implications for that path that, from a staff level, we don't think is worth it.
I just want.
Diana?
You had mentioned, right, that the AG's office is shifting a bit, right? And I know some other communities have seemed to just overlay over their exact existing, right? And that may not be acceptable. So to me, like, I feel like this allows us to leverage our existing, but also get at the spirit of what this is trying to do, by having an opportunity for that mixed use that really helps the community. So do you have any guesses or insights for the community that is like just overlaying their existing high-density housing, how that might play out?
It's purely speculative. The Attorney General's office has issued advisories, and the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Cities has issued guidelines to steer communities away from being cute, right? Like, don't make the developers have 7 parking spaces per unit, right? Like, don't, preclude any opportunity for development, right? They're not silly at the state level, right? They can see through that zoning. But I appreciate the comment that we also think that in the spirit of what this state law is trying to accomplish, that this is an appropriate recommendation.
To the point of the 1492 homes, from what I can tell of the zoning, it'd be almost cost prohibitive for them to try to put all those in there. They would be taking, first of all, we have a trampoline park possibly going into one big section of that. That takes out any spot for homes there, I guess, unless they put the homes above the trampolines. So I think 15 is probably not where we are. I think your 855, to me, sounds even maybe a little bit high, at least in the next 5-10 years. It's going to, they're going to have to put infrastructure in, probably at their own cost for the sewage. They have to probably have to put in roads and all that other stuff, so it's not going to be cheap. And I think I agree with you. If we could wait and vote on this December 31st. And guarantee it wouldn't go through that day. There'd be enough fighting on that. We probably wouldn't get it done. And then we risk, losing grants for however many years until we do approve it, if they say it has to be done. Now, if we approve it and then the state finds out they can't do this, can we then do what other towns have tried to do and go back and remove it.
Of course, yeah.
So, to me, we get it done, we look good to the state. I don't think we're putting ourselves at that much risk, because I don't think we can get that stuff built in a year. And if we do, I've never seen a builder work that fast, I'd love to hire them. But we get it done, and we control our destiny. We know where we're gonna put it, we know where they, versus possibly having to do something different later. So.
30 seconds, please.
So with the overlay, the developer has an option to pick the existing zoning or the overlay zoning. Is that my understanding from the sessions, right? So they can cherry pick which one they want to follow.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other comments from the committee, I'm going to open it up to the public. I request, I'm pretty sure we're going to have a lot of comments, so as I had requested earlier, kindly keep it to 1 to 2 minutes and address the chair as you make your comments. I open it up to the public. Is there anyone who wishes? Yes, sir, please come here, introduce yourself.
Is that what you're looking for? The number of sessions.
Hey, good evening, Greg Richards, Hickory Drive, Precinct 4. I know we're very short on time. I could talk about this for many, many hours. My main question, I think, we've talked a lot about numbers, how many units. There's a mechanism in place the state provides that for towns seeking assurance that our proposed zoning would meet Section 3A. We chose not to go down that path with a pre-adoption review. And I'm just curious why we didn't. I think a lot of the talk and the questions tonight, we would have had feedback from the state, which would have clearly stated if our proposal met expectations when it comes to size, units, and everything else. I'm just curious as why we didn't do the due diligence on the pre-adoption review.
Chris?
Thank you. So for the pre-adoption, primarily, I think the questions that were brought up tonight were in relation to the specific guidelines, not necessarily our proposal, and our proposal in relation to the guidelines. Looking at the pre-adoption review process, there is a specific timeline that we would have to submit that by. We were still engaging with the community in terms of finalizing the language and getting it to a state where it would be able to be reviewed through the pre-adoption. And we're likely, we're already well within that time frame. That said, additionally, the pre-adoption review is optional. It's meant for feedback. And we have pursued grant funding with consultants for development of the compliance model, which is largely what they would be providing feedback on. It's actually an Excel sheet that kind of formulaically tells you if you meet those requirements. We've also engaged at the local staff level to really track these guidelines to understand specifically what is required in terms of developing the zoning proposal. We see the zoning proposal as it's written today to meet those compliance guidelines and to be in line with that, given engagement with the consultant, engagement at the local staff level. And finally, the pre-adoption review does not guarantee in any fashion that the zoning district as adopted by the community would be officially approved. In fact, there's a number of communities that have gone through the pre-adoption. They've submitted zoning proposals and adopted zoning proposals, and they're still going through the final state review for compliance. As of today, only 3 communities are officially in compliance with those with the 3A bylaw. So what we saw is that there is not a guarantee in terms of that, although it could provide some clarification. We're confident both through our consultant engagement and local review of the guidelines that this meets it. Further, we did submit what's called the mandatory mixed use review. We did provide that, includes providing the zoning language to the state. in relation to the mixed-use components that we're proposing. So they are they do have our bylaw language, and they have been reviewing it, just not officially through that pre-adoption review process, given the timeline constraints.
One retort.
One clarification on that. The requirement on the multi-use is 90 days before town meeting. So if you had time to submit the multi-use review, you would have had time to submit the general. So, I mean, the town manager did mention the duty to provide, let's say, the best path forward. And I think we could have taken the time, or we should take the time, to get that feedback and clarification. So what we do provide to town meeting members does have that initial feedback, and we could have made adjustments if required, so that we're not, potentially trying to adopt something that may not fully comply. That's my comment. Thank you.
So I think it's also important to note that, even if this was passed, so I think an example of how compliance is viewed at the state level, it's in stark contrast to non-compliance. So Lexington is a good example of what compliance looks like in that path. They've been given what's considered conditional compliance, which the state says that you've made efforts to adopt the zoning. We've reviewed some, or we see some issues with that. And they have conditional approval, which means that they simply are compliant, but on the condition that they subsequently make those changes.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Catherine Rajwani, 12 Old Colony Drive, Precinct 7. I had some questions about the numbers. I think there were also some questions from the committee about the 1,500 number, which, as I understand it, that's the required 10% increase for an MBTA adjacent community in housing units. And then the 850 units then that the analysis used. So specifically, my understanding is that we got from 1,500 down to 850 by the mixed use that everyone's been talking about, the mixed use component. So I did want to, I heard some talk about this. Was that mixed use, did the state approve our application for that?
So we've submitted the mandatory mixed use review. We have not yet received a formal approval back from the state as of today.
Okay, do we know when? Or actually, when did we submit that?
I don't have the specific date at hand, but we're likely to receive it back prior to town meeting. It should be in the next several weeks, but again, we're within that 90-day window. So that 90-day window that they have to provide it back will expire prior to town meeting. So we'll have that analysis prior to that.
Okay, so we'll know. So town meeting will know whether or not that offset was approved.
Correct.
Okay, great. And then my second question is from the 1,100 down to the 850. Is that for the existing residences that are in the overlay district? Is that additional subtraction? Is that how we get down to 850?
Thank you. So I just want to be very clear with the capacity analysis and how that's viewed. It's I don't want to say that we are, contributing units to that. So similar to looking at, does this 40B unit contribute to our 1,400 units? So there's no requirement to produce the units. So the 1,400, that's their capacity analysis. That's the minimum that zoning would have to provide for. If it provided for less than that, it wouldn't be compliant. It may provide for more than that. The 853 is looking at the multifamily by right only that would be able to be produced from the zoning as written. So again, that's based upon looking at the zoning density as it's written with the acreage, that 95 acres approximately, less the excluded land, which falls under the district. The numbers that were provided on the map that show the net potential new units those numbers are in relation to those specific properties, the acreage, and the density that would be able to be produced, so that number less the existing units on those parcels. So it's a little bit more complex in terms of contributing units towards the capacity, because there's no requirement to build the 1,400 units.
Okay, I was just trying to understand how the analysis fit, and I think that in the roundtable, I think Mr. Mizikar said that was the worst case scenario. So I just wanted to make sure.
It's the most likely scenario.
I can quote. Yeah, I think like around the 14. Yeah, the 14-minute. It says if you were to look at to look at telling a resident a worst case scenario that a developer could do. So it is there.
Because I don't think it's very likely that the existing, residential units that are constructed where this overlay is being laid on top of are likely to be demolished and then start over.
Sure, but I thought the MBTA law was designed for multifamilies, and that they were looking at larger units, like 2 to 4 bedroom units, and that some of those existing structures, like studios and 1 bedrooms, couldn't be counted. So it's
not true. Yeah, there's no unit bedroom counts or anything that's required.
So it's just, okay, so we think that we can potentially, or worst case scenario, exempt out a lot of the,
No.
I'm trying to figure out how we get from the 11, if we get the offset for the mixed use, how we get from the 1,100 to the 850. I still don't quite,
I said most likely scenario. It's our thoughts on what would most likely happen if this overlay district went into play.
okay, so it's not a worst case, it's almost like a best case. Like for us, that would be our best case scenario in order to try and avoid, the 1,500 number. We're trying to kind of eke down as low as we can.
I don't think it's a best case scenario either.
Okay. All right, well, yeah, I'm just concerned. I have a couple kids at the high school, the overcrowding. I mean, ever since my kids have been in school, it's always a struggle. It's a struggle to get the money. It's a struggle, the teachers don't even have their own classrooms. It's very difficult. So I think, if we're bringing in, I think the numbers do matter. And so I think if we're bringing in hundreds of new kids, I think we need to know. Especially before town meeting votes, how many units are likely? Is it 1,500? Is it 850? They're, by the name, they're bringing in multifamily. That's parents with children. I don't know if these other units that we're looking at for comps really are applicable. So I'm concerned. I'm very concerned about this, and I hope that it doesn't seem like the town's done its due diligence, and I don't think that this should be approved by town meeting. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Hey, I'm Brian Costello, 398 Walnut Street, District 9, Precinct 9. Just sounded like I was in Hunger Games. The thing I wanted to bring up is just a few points. I appreciate the fact that the town feels as though they're under the gun. And Mr. O'Connell, I think you stated, maybe we should just pass it, that way we're in compliance. Yep. I think that's like lipstick on a pig. The reality is the state has not approved any, except for the 3 towns, any of the pre-submitted plans. So these are plans that people paid consultants for, they went to the state, they even worked with the state, and the state said, no, these aren't compliant. I will say that I'm not a betting man, but I will be back here when this is not approved by the state, because it's not going to be approved by the HLC, and I'll explain why. When people have tried to submit their plans, they've oftentimes used overlays on current districts. The gentleman over there said that. Why don't we use current districts? What ends up happening is the state is saying, no, this doesn't apply. Wellesley tried it and it didn't go through. Rentham tried it, it didn't go through. They are trying this, but it's not going to work. Shrewsbury Commons doesn't have enough family-friendly units. The law doesn't state bedrooms. You're correct, town manager. It does state suitability for families with children. It also does not limit or restrict the size of the units, cap the number of bedrooms, the size of the bedrooms, or the number of occupants, or impose a minimum age requirement. You cannot have any of that in the zone. That's why they say no to these towns. They are going to look at this and say, you haven't complied. So the question is, if that's true, why are we rushing it? I understand that we are under the gun, but we did not do our homework up front. And we are now facing a situation where the town meeting is going to vote on something that's probably not the thing that we're going to get. And that's concerning, because what are we going to get after it's already voted on? That's a concern to me. On the grant side, and then I'll shut up. The grant side, I appreciate fixing the slide, thank you. The 4.8 million is spent in the past. There's 4 grants under the law that you actually are prohibited against, not 13. The 13 are in the guidelines. The guidelines are currently being going to be sued in court because there would possibly not followed through with the right way to pass a law for that. In other words, with this question around that, the 13 are there. The AG is saying we can use these. We can use these for our evaluation of the grants. They're already competitive grants, but there's nothing on the table today that says we're going to lose those grants. The grants, the 4 grants that we could lose, are primarily grants used to, guess what? Get more development, primarily residential development in town. I don't think we really want a lot more residential development in town, so I don't know if those would be really any big loss to me. And then finally, I would question the 852, especially on the school children. Again, while there's no bedroom requirement, it's in the law saying it has to be suitable for families. Edgemere does not have 1 3-bedroom apartment in it. Not one, it's 1 and 2 bedrooms, right? So what we have is a greater influx of children. These are going to be marketed primarily to families with children. They're not going to be marketed to single people because they're going to be large units. And so I want to take that in consideration. I think because of that, I think we're just too soon to vote on this. I think it's bad for the town, and I don't think we did the due diligence. Thanks.
Does the town manager's office want to say anything in reply?
I don't.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Chris Kirk, 40 Westwood Road, Precinct 1. Just a question to you, through you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, does this overlay include any commercial property?
Yes, so the commercial district, so there's commercial, business, and industrial properties that are overlaid by this zone. The way we have the bylaw written is any development utilizing this zoning, where the underlying zoning is commercial or industrial, will be required to include a commercial component. We have it written at the maximum of 33% of the square footage of the overall development, which is significantly restrictive. And we do allow the planning board to waive that requirement to reduce that based upon feasibility of an economic viability for the project if needed to provide some flexibility, but that would be an additional special permit to reduce it from that 33%. So that would require a commercial component. That was done specifically to protect the existing commercial zoned land from being multifamily only development.
And the other question I wanted to ask through you, Mr. Chairman, is right now we have affordable housing criteria in town. I think it maxes out at 25%. I think the justification for this project is that currently there's not enough affordable housing in the state. Is my understanding correct?
Not enough housing in the state.
Not enough housing, period. So it's not affordable, it's housing, period. Okay. May I suggest that we amend this proposal to require every unit to be affordable?
We cannot do that.
Because if we do that, we will satisfy our 10%, and we will stop the Chapter 40B projects, we will stop projects like this, we'll finally be free of state intervention.
That's one of the things we're prohibited from doing,
By what?
the state law,
Which state law?
MBTA Communities Act.
Can you go back to the slide?
Which,
I have a slide.
where is it, please?
Can you, I have the slide.
Please.
No, it's looked down. So our existing, the MBTA, our existing bylaw, so that table there is from our existing inclusionary housing bylaw. Depending upon the district in which you are, it's either 10% or, as you noted, apartments all the way up to 25% of affordable housing, depending upon the district. The existing regulations of that 10%, where the mandate limits us to 10% at 80% area median income, unless the economic feasibility analysis justifies deeper affordability. The maximum, even with the economic feasibility analysis that we would be allowed to do, would be 20% and we can choose, depending upon the analysis in terms of the AMI. Again, those preliminary numbers, I have a draft from that back. We do see that there is the availability to increase that percentage. It is not the 20%. That's where we get into the mixed results in terms of what the pro forma model kicks out and renders the projects, the example projects, to be financially infeasible to the developer. And they're looking for clarification back in terms of how the state will be handling mixed results.
Who chose the 10% and 20%? Who set those levels?
The state did.
You didn't choose that.
No.
Are there any other follow-up questions, sir?
No, I'm just hoping that we're going to get at least 20 to 25%. Are we going to get that?
The maximum that we could do under this zoning is 20%, and we need the economic feasibility analysis to justify that.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Charles Garabedian, 24 Westmont Road. I'm Precinct 2. I'm a town meeting member. I have several things to say, and I'm just going to have to put it in brevity. Number one, we haven't talked about tax rate yet. And I'm looking at the possibility of doing a great study where you could do a cause and effect study by using correlation coefficients to show what the projected tax rate is going to be 5 years from now as a result of all these things that are being proposed if these things go through. Do we have any idea of where the tax rate is going? Because there are people in this town right now that are afraid that they're going to be losing their homes. People that are born and raised here. I was talking to 3 of them just the other day, and they mentioned, you know, Charlie, I don't think I'm going to be able to stay here. I want to die in my home, but I think I'm going to have to go someplace else. There is fear. So do we have any numbers as to where the tax rate is going? Every year it's going up, obviously. Next year we're talking about a possible override. So any projections on that?
So you're talking about the tax rate, which is $12.38.
Right, real estate.
That has gone down in recent years because the overall assessed value in the community has increased more than 2.5%. So tax bills, the amount of money that we raise, has gone up in the last few years. We've put some more debt service on, so they've increased greater than 2.5%. But the tax rate itself has gone down in the last few years. So the analysis that I showed, I believe, shows that a project with the numbers that I used it pays for itself, right? You can dispute my numbers, talk about the number of units. That's what shows on those screens. $3 million in revenue, $2 million in expenses in my higher scenario. So a net of $1 million. So in a sentence from that analysis, I don't see it increasing the burden on existing taxpayers. That is clearly proved out in Lakeway Commons and the Edgemere redevelopment. Those are net tax positive to the community. So, and I just want to clarify on the override, there will be no override question asked of the community at the earliest until the fall of 2026, which wouldn't go into effect at that point until 2027.
Well, I guess I.
One
made-
follow-up, sir, in the interest of time.
Maybe I made a mistake. My tax bill keeps on increasing. So all they've done is instead of changing the tax rate, in fact, they made it lower, we increased the value of their home, which is fine, but still they're getting more money. And I think that's going to be continuing, and I'm afraid that this is going to put even greater pressure on our overall tax status as to how much everybody pays for their home. The other thing that also comes to my mind is, we haven't talked about it, is the loss of green space. Open space is going to be continually decreasing. That is not good for the sewer. Just consider what's going to happen. Also, no mention has been made about the burden upon the sewer and the water. Every summer, we have to have a ban on our water use outside, which I understand and I applaud that. If we bring more people in, that's going to be increased use of water. Are we going to be able to sustain that and still be able to continue along our way? I don't know. I just asked that as a rhetorical question. If you wish to answer, you answer. If you don't, you don't.
Sure. I mean, to be direct with you, this is one of the reasons we picked this district to overlay, because it is already developed and we're not disturbing undisturbed land. You know, the largest parcel in this, as a single parcel, is 1,000 Boston Turnpike, which is probably one of the largest, most impervious surfaces that we have in town as far as a single site. So we did consider that in our approach to this. As Mr. McGoldrick said, our initiative was a redevelopment model, not a new development model as far as land being used. Infrastructure, I'm happy to provide the details and the numbers. A project as laid out at the maximum 1497 number, we have water and sewer capacity to be able to provide for those number of units.
Thank you.
And just one final thing, the water ban that happens every summer has nothing to do with us not having enough water. It's a general conservation to prevent people from misutilizing resources on their lawns.
Okay, I never knew that. It was always said to us, we have to conserve water because our wells are running low. I've heard that before in the past. If that is no longer the case, then that is a good case. And finally, it's a comment I'd like to make.
Sure.
I am rather insulted by the state or by anybody saying to me that if you don't comply with our law, we're not going to give you something. This reminds me of something that happened several years ago. There was this king that said to a group of people, you like to drink tea and you are paying a tax on it, but I just decide that I want more tax. So if you want your tea, you pay me more tax. The state government is supposed to be in place to help the common good. Local government is in place to help common good. By making dictations like this, I'm insulted. And I think what we should send a message somehow to them. I'm not saying to accept or to deny, but somehow they should hear from towns that you just cannot arbitrarily say, this is what we're going to do. We had a king that did that. That king no longer rules in this country. Hopefully those days do not come back to do not come back to this country, so that we have to experience this. Should we defeat this? I think at this time we should. Let the message get out. It is my hope that unanimously the Finance Committee votes to reject and recommends this to the town meeting on May 20th. And I hope that any town meeting member here takes this into consideration and votes against this. Let us wait to see what happens. Much can happen. The numbers can change. If we take this step, it can be a very, very dangerous step that we cannot go back on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for listening to me.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Jackie Fashion, 487 Grafton Street in Precinct 4. I just want a little clarity. I understand that the town meeting members are voting on this on May 20th, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what's the requirement from the state as far as what's the deadline for us to vote on this?
Yes.
So the deadline to adopt zoning is December 31st, 2024.
Okay.
End of this year. So yeah, there is fall town meeting that is available. Part of that is looking at compliance. Again, you know, once this is submitted, the article goes to the state and the AG's office. So EOHLC, you know, if it's approved, it goes to EOHLC and the Attorney General's office for their review for compliance. Again, with 177 communities passing unique bylaws in relation to this, you know, guideline compliance. Again, a significant number of communities have, with you know, earlier deadlines have already passed zoning. Only 3 of those have achieved or gotten through that review process and definitively had an approval of their district. We see this timeline as allowing us the opportunity to potentially have that review back and have confirmed compliance prior to the expiration of that deadline.
So we can't submit the plans that we have on one of those slides there for, what was it, 100 and some odd acres in the Christmas tree shop area? We can't submit that and hold off on the vote until we find out if they would even approve that? Or if
No,
that would
so-
meet compliance?
So we've submitted that already to the state. And again, as mentioned, even if we had followed the pre-adoption process, it's not given a guarantee that it will be approved once adopted. They simply give some feedback in terms of glaring issues that they may see, or if the compliance model, again, that Excel spreadsheet that we've already run this through ourselves and with our consultant, if that kicked out a result that was found to be non-compliant, so.
Okay, so we can't do that now, it's already a done deal, pretty much, like that's not a possibility to do that, because we didn't do our due diligence early on, is
No,
that?
so we've already submitted the language to the state.
Okay. You submitted the plan, and I'm still
Correct.
confused, I'm sorry.
Correct.
But we don't know if it's in compliance?
No, and we won't.
And we
know.
won't until we
And we
vote?
won't know until after town meeting adopts it, and then the Attorney General's office and EOHLC both review it.
Okay, so I guess my question is, why the rush why can't we hold off on the vote? There's obviously a lot of people that are concerned, coming up with a lot of very good, you know.
So folks keep saying we haven't done our due diligence. I could respectfully disagree with you. We've done a lot of due diligence. I understand you may not realize that. We have submitted the plan to the state for their review and feedback. Even if we got that feedback, it's not going to be, if you pass this, then we will approve it, right? That's not the level of information that they provide back to you. They run it through a formula, which we have. We've run this through our formula with our consultant to make sure that there's nothing glaring. That's the preliminary approval process by the state. So the state isn't going to stamp something and say, if you take this to your town meeting, we will approve it once you bring it back to us. That's just not how the process works. We started this process, for folks that don't know, with a first public information session at a select board meeting in January of 2023, and have continued that public process, including surveys and feedback, and shaped our plan over the course of the last 15 months. So there's been a lot of effort put into this. So to cast things aside and say we haven't done our due diligence, I, again, respectfully disagree. I understand that you're looking for some absolute compliance, that the state says this gets the check mark, go take it back and get a vote on it. We'll never get that. We have to adopt. And as Mr. McGoldrick said, he said it in January of 2023 when we started this process, it is our intention to have a deliberative public process in which we take it to the May 2024 annual town meeting If town meeting has issue with it, it gives us an opportunity to make adjustments throughout the course of the summer and bring it back into the fall to gain compliance by the deadline of December 2024.
Okay, so putting that all aside, I guess, you had mentioned something about possibly pushing it off, pushing the vote off, and you had said, but we don't really want to do that because we'll get too much pushback. But I think the opinions of the residents of Shrewsbury should absolutely be taken into consideration, and the pushback is good. That's like democracy, right? So,
What I said,
you know what
is
I'm saying?
I think we should vote on it and get it
But I don't
ahead
think
of the
people are
game.
educated on it enough yet to vote on it, including the town meeting members. I feel like they still have a lot of
Well, how many
questions.
town meeting members are here? And how many town meeting okay, 10. How many town meeting members are there in the community?
240.
They don't show up. I don't know how I'm gonna educate.
I know, so how do that's,
I can't help you with that. The ones who do show up,
But time
hopefully get
helps.
educated and do the right thing. I have spoken at town meeting, asking people to come to these meetings, because that's where you can ask questions. I have spoken at many of these meetings, but again, no one watches it, so I don't know what you want me to say about educating the town meeting members.
But I
just
feel like
wanna
it's
I
not-
think as a town, we have to also protect ourselves. And
Yeah.
my view is we vote on it. We can always change the vote. We're trying to change other zoning laws, but we get in line and get the thing being reviewed and done. Now, if we don't think we're gonna lose a lot of grants, that could change it. I do think we'll lose enough grant money. Also, I don't believe, reading the zoning, reading what other communities have done, that we will get 1,400 units built. It's almost impossible if this zoning passes to do that. Because they
If
would
you
have
zone
to,
it, they will build.
they have to tear down though. The way we're zoning it,
Yeah.
it's not all empty land. You will have to tear down buildings, large buildings, to rebuild it. Many of those buildings are already close to the maximum capacity that we're putting in. I think what we failed to mention is we're doing 15 units per acre, where the law lets us go up to how many units per acre?
No, there's no cap.
There's no cap. We could have done 40 units per acre and built skyscrapers. We're not doing that. So,
Well,
yes,
that's-
we will
that's
get
the
more
goal,
housing.
But we don't know if it will,
We don't.
Right.
We don't know though until we submit it.
right. I'm just
So
saying, there
if
is a
town
lot of
meeting
advocacy.
votes it down, I'm saying, you know, I'm on record, I think we should vote for it. If town meeting votes it down, that's fine. We'll have to come back again in the fall.
I just wish we had a little more time to be able to educate the
3
town
years.
meeting members, because a lot of people in the community are
I will argue
advocating
they
a certain
won't,
way.
they don't want to be educated.
Yeah, I just want to add that a lot of information has been shared online. There is a weekly email that goes out from Taylor Galusha, which has resources of the events that Chris basically conducted, which he covered a lot of this information. So the information is out there for the town meeting members, and it has been provided. As a town meeting member myself, I can validate that it was provided well before these decisions have to be made.
May I just ask?
Yes,
uh,
please.
How many of you completed the surveys when they were sent out? Okay.
And how many were at all, I know at least a few faces were at one or two of the meetings that they held, that Chris held. But again, I don't see a lot of people.
Well, that's another reason why I think it's important to have more time, because I think a lot of people, a lot of residents especially, aren't even aware of this. You know what I mean? It's like, it's very quick, I feel like, and it is a little bit like blackmail, like you were saying, from the state going, do this, otherwise we're taking this away. If you don't do this, this is what's gonna happen. It's kind of, I don't know, it's concerning. It's very
Well,
concerning.
town meeting is concerning to me, because many of the members show up.
You're
to the
right, and that's a
meetings,
whole
you know.
different.
Let's
So
get
I
back
don't
to
know
the
how we're
topic.
gonna educate them.
Yeah, let's get
I
back
am
to
very happy you people are, you know, you've shown up here and I'm listening to what you're saying, but I don't know, we could take 5 years. I don't think you're gonna educate that many
Yeah.
people.
All right, well, I just think time would help.
Okay,
But-
thank you. Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try and talk real fast.
Thank you.
Caroline Maycomber, 394 Walnut Street. So I don't know if any of you here also live in the zoning district, but to me it's very concerning just based upon the traffic that we already see. I did find the master plan, I think it was when Edgemere was being discussed. And to quote that study, it says redevelopment in that Route 20 corridor. Further development would significantly increase trips on Route 20 to the point of potentially 2,200 to 3,800 new peak hour car trips. That to me is concerning because I already am terrified when I have to turn out of Walnut Street. But More terrifying to me is an increase in the class size at our schools. Part of why I moved here was to provide a good education to my children. Right now, the class sizes are already so large. Quite frankly, I feel we're on the track to have to build another new elementary school on top of the new Beale School that we just built. To me, that does not seem fair to ask of the residents of this town. To speak to Mr. Garabedian's point, my own parents, I grew up in the house my mom grew up in Westboro, next door. We chose Shrewsbury over Westboro because of that lovely tax rate. My parents had to leave because, to Mr. Garabedian's point, our value of our homes has gone up. So yes, the rate may have gone down, but because we keep getting reassessed, the tax bills are going up. And I think we keep talking about affordable housing here, but if you look at what was voted on and what was introduced by the Baker-Polito administration, it was kind of introduced as an affordable housing law, and that is not what this is. There is no affordability requirement in it. So I kind of take issue with the fact that we keep talking about the affordability, because these will be sold as market rate units.
That's incorrect.
And to echo some other comments, they will be multi-bedroom units, which attract families. I don't know any single person that's going to go out and say, yes, I'm going to buy a 3-bedroom apartment or a condo, whatever it happens to be, or row house or townhouse. And if you look at a study that was just put out by, I believe it's United Van Lines, who's one of the biggest movers in the US, what they're showing is people are moving out of Massachusetts, and the largest segment is people over the age of 55. So people that are entering that retirement phase are leaving. Understandably, most of them, it's over taxes, lower cost of living in other states. For my parents, it was better weather. Charlotte's a lot sunnier than it is up here most of the year. But when we look at that middle housing, right? So for those kids just coming out of college, they want to have their first townhouse or some type of place where they're living that's not their parents' basement, right? I don't see that a 2 or 3 or 4 bedroom apartment is going to fit that need. That's not really what they're looking for here. So I'm just going to go through my list really quick, and I'm going to talk fast here. But I know we have town council. Is town council present? No. Are they here? No. Okay. So maybe for future meetings would be good to have them here. One key point, Boston is exempt from this. So I feel sort of like we've taken a Boston problem and moved it out here to the suburbs. Interesting. When you look at the holes on the map, Avon is not considered an adjacent community. So there's these little pockets in the state. Hudson is not considered an adjacent community. Living on Walnut Street, I can tell you, we already get an exorbitant amount of traffic coming to and from the train station. We don't have a T-stop that you can walk to from the Christmas Tree Shop Plaza. You can't walk to the Westboro T, you can't walk to the Grafton T. So we want to make these transit-oriented communities, but you can't, quite frankly, get to a T-stop from where this is being proposed. So I think, to echo Mr. Costello's point, it will get shot down by the state because it defeats the purpose of what they're intending to do here. I would also ask that we do a wildlife preservation study. Those of you that live on Walnut Street and in that area know that we have bobcats. We see them on the Ring doorbells. I don't know if they're considered endangered anymore. I don't believe they are, but I do think we need to do a study to consider what effects this might have on open green space and wildlife in the area. I also think we need to do an updated traffic study, because if we are basing this off of the traffic study that was done for the Market Basket development, I think we need to reassess and see where we're at now that that additional road traffic has been added to the 20 corridor. If you watched school committee last night, you will be aware that the budget just from February to this date went up, I think, $1.5 million. And the majority of that was for transportation out of town, which is fine. But I think we need to look at the school budget numbers that were used in any of the slides that were in tonight's presentation to make sure that they match up with that new increased adjusted budget for the school department. Also, when we look at the money that we get from the state, they generally are looking at net cost for students, not the gross cost or the cost of helping us build new schools, infrastructure support. I would like to know why, again, I think just more information. I know we can't lead the horse to water. There are a lot of town meeting members that, to your point, I'll admit it, I spent the majority of my last 20 years in institutional investment consulting. I consulted for billion-dollar pension plans. I decided to take a leave of absence 2 years ago to spend more time with my kids. And I felt like, oh my gosh, I've been asleep for the last decade. I had no idea what was happening in my town. And it wasn't until I realized there was going to potentially be all these new units at the end of my street that I was like, wait a minute. I also heard they're going to put some housing on Green Street, also on Route 20, and then by Stony Hill, also off of Route 20. And then there's the Market Basket apartments, and then there's the ones that are at the old Spags, and then there's the condos they're going to try and build at the center of town. And I'm like, don't we have enough housing? I think the question at hand is not that we need more housing, because if you look at the studies, people are moving out of Massachusetts. It's that we do need more affordable housing. So I feel like we're answering a different question than what we should be asking, right? How do we make housing more affordable for the people that are already living here, our seniors, our kids that are just graduating from school? I do think we need a cost-benefit analysis prior to town meeting, a really detailed one. I also would like to take into consideration how close we are to Northborough's zone, because I believe they're going to have an additional 500 units very close to Christmas tree shops. So again, that traffic consideration is really important. And then also, what was it? Oh.
May I ask you to close in 30 seconds?
Oh, yes, sorry. Also, we had a minimum requirement of 50 acres, but we're proposing 173. So just wondering, again, why we would propose more than what the law mandates. And then, let's see, Minna Terrace, if that's taken into consideration, that's 55 plus. So that would preclude us from being approved for the zoning there. And then also, if you watch the T, Heart to Hub, the T that goes from Worcester to Boston was cut back, so I don't know if that plays into this at all. But again, I don't want us to get into a situation fiscally where we're biting off our nose to save our face. Like if it's, so thank you.
Just wonder if it's been explained multiple times. The reason we went to 100 acres is because in order to get the 1,500 units they're asking us to do, if you did 50 acres, that's a lot more dense housing than we'd want. It'd most likely be towers to get it. So there is a reason why we went to a larger unit, and that's to keep the density at the minimum rate, which is 15.
Thank you.
Any other? Yes, Kevin, you wanted to make a comment?
Just one point, just for everyone's knowledge. So there is major reinvestment coming in Route 20 that is already funded at the state level. It's about $40 million worth of investments in two projects. One of the projects extends from the Northborough Town Line. So this is a Route 20 project from the Northborough Town Line up to the South Street intersection, the second South Street intersection that's on the north side of Route 20. So that's a $30 million safety investment that includes 2 rotaries and traffic widening, a shared use path. That is also a reason that we chose this area, because there's significant infrastructure improvements coming in that area.
Thank you. Yes, sir. In the interest of time, sir, I'll ask you, keep it by a minute, please.
Tony Bonaventura, 120 Howe Ave, Precinct 4. This is lousy legislation from the state. It's not your fault. It's not our town's fault, but it is horrible legislation. I'd just like to whip through a couple of quick things that were mentioned. One, the word housing crisis is used. I think that's an over-inflammatory word. People are using it throughout the state. There are some of the leading real estate firms in the country are predicting in 10 years, within 200 miles, why they picked Manchester, New Hampshire, but of Manchester, New Hampshire, that there's actually going to be a decline in housing need. Prognosticators, who knows? We're trying to prognosticate here, who knows? But a couple of things I want to mention. From the fiscal standpoint, I think that your committee should look at this as a wash. I know that it shows that there may be a slight advantage to this, but over the years, the government has shown things that aren't included in that are things like the exemptions when we pay for additional fire stations, or there's an impact on the library. There are all types of other impacts. There's impacts on roads, additional wear and tear. There are a lot of other impacts that aren't included in that. Not to get into the weeds, I think it's just best to look at it conservatively. We don't know what the social changes will be in the future. We don't know the exact number of units. So the school numbers could grow a little bit. Looking at it as revenue neutral is probably the best way to look at it. Take that off the table. I think it's not a good thing to make a rosy forecast and confuse people. As far as housing costs go, the state has tried to dress this up as a housing cost issue. There are dozens of factors that affect the cost of housing. This tiny amount of increase in housing throughout the state is negligible at best, if it does anything. Typically, our state government is increasing the cost of housing through regulations. It's making it so expensive to build, yet at the same time, they're trying to sell this as a housing cost. Not your fault, but I just want to point that out so that when people are making decisions, they don't get caught up in these buzzwords and confused by it. Other people have already mentioned quality of life issue, water issues. But one thing that hasn't been mentioned that I would like to ask is, I'm not too familiar with the Massachusetts Municipal Association, but my understanding from reading is that this particular item was an add-on at the last moment, and almost every town in the state is a member of that. And they pushed back hard on this. They did not want the governor to sign this. Is that true? Through the chair.
I happen to be a board member of the Massachusetts Municipal Association, and that is true. Some people have suggested that, a way to show our displeasure with the state is to not adopt this. I think there are plenty of other options in the legislative process to attack this. It's something that I have worked on. I said at the outset of this, I'm not a fan of MBTA zoning. My recommendation to this community this evening is to adopt. As I said, I'm on the board of the MMA, and it doesn't do us any favors. I'm not a fan of this, but with the hand that we're played, this is our recommendation this evening.
So with that, I'm glad that our town is not in favor of it, and agreed, I assume, with that, with the Massachusetts Municipal Association, wanting for this not to go through at that time. Is that correct? That our town agrees with that?
Kevin, I don't.
I can't speak politically for the town, whether.
Oh, the administration
the
of the town.
wanted to go through. I think there's a better way to do this. Like I said, I'm not a fan of MBTA zoning.
Okay. So my recommendation mirrors some of the other people's recommendation. I do think that a recommendation, because ultimately you're going to have to make a tough decision. I think that creating a special town meeting for this, or a town meeting beyond this town meeting where you have a lot of items, this is a crucial issue. People have talked about it. It's basically the state bullying towns. I think we all want our independence as towns. You have that taken away, you have nothing. It's not anybody's fault, but it occurred. It's terrible legislation. I would like to see an effort by our town to collaborate with other towns. We know there's at least a few that are actually pushing back on their own, but I can't imagine why other towns wouldn't want to get on board. And, somebody had mentioned legal costs. I hate legal costs, but the legal system does work to delay things. And even if you don't win in the long run, to stand up to a bully at some point needs to be done. And the bully in this case is our state. The town has been talking about it for decades. We don't like 40B. Here's another one that's, going down that same road. If we do nothing, there'll be another one. Town of Shrewsbury has always been an innovator in the past. I'd like to see us innovate right now and ask our, I guess we have a board member on the Massachusetts Municipal Association, but to reach out to other town leaders directly and see if we can't get a collaborative effort to split a cost, to fight this on the legal end, do what we have to do in the interim to get in that position. I am sure we can delay this easily. There are all types of legal issues here that can delay this at a minimum. And if we split this cost, I think it's easily 10, 20, 30 ways possibly. But I think it's well worth it. If you were to ask anybody in this town what they feel about development, I'm not going to say anybody, but the vast majority, there's been a time for Shrewsbury to grow, and there's a time to woe. And I think that everybody in the town is feeling that when it comes to development right now. And to have the state pushing us is, there's just a time to stand up and say, we don't like this. I can't understand for the life of me why the representatives of towns put this legislation through, and from my understanding, it was almost unanimous. Again, perhaps somebody from the town can comment on this, but what I understand is this was a last-minute deal. So maybe even the representatives were fooled by this, and that's why the Massachusetts Municipal Association pushed back on it. So that's all I have to say. Oh, I do have one last thing. If this goes to town meeting, I don't know if the wording of this can be changed, but at least from your standpoint, there's wording in here that says, as intended to encourage additional smart growth development. Is that something that's required to be put in there, or did we put that in there?
Chris?
No, so that's not required to be put in there, but that matches language from the guidelines in terms of the zoning and what it should be producing. It's also, we use that elsewhere in the bylaw. Smart growth development is primarily just looking at reducing environmental impacts by looking at compact development on existing infrastructure.
So there's also language that says contribute to the town's housing growth. So for me, I would like to see when these things are sent to town meeting, not to put in these feel-good words and just keep it to the facts, because it's leading meeting members who, it's been said here, may not be paying close attention. And these things matter. So there's no reason we need to put things like that in there. Actually, more accurate would be that we're being forced to do this by the state. Language that states that would actually be more accurate, and I think would be helpful to town meeting members. So I don't know if that's something that your committee can do or take a look at when you make your recommendation, but it would be great if, you could cut out the niceties that make it sound appealing and just keep it to the facts.
Sure, we'll consider it, sir.
And one last thing, a lot of people have mentioned the tax rates, and I keep hearing about tax rates. The best indicator to look at is the average residential tax bill. It's on the state website. It shows how you're doing amongst your peers. The town of Shrewsbury over the last 5+ years has gone down, which is bad. It means we're going up in our average single-family tax bill. We used to be up around the 130s to 150. I think, I don't think this year's is out, but I think the last one we're at 89. So we've gone, compared to our peers, in a really bad direction. So I think that's important for everybody in the town to focus on, rather than the tax rate, which is just a calculator based off of the price of homes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'll allow a couple more comments and we'll have to move on. Yes, ma'am.
Nadine Garnett, Precinct 2. I have a couple questions and a couple of point of clarifications, please. First question is, what type of collaboration did we do with Westboro and Northborough for their locations? Chris?
So we didn't do any formal collaboration. I was in communication with the Northborough planner in terms of their proposal. We did evaluate Northborough, Westboro, and Grafton's proposal in terms of looking at the context of our zoning proposal when we move forward. Beyond that, we did track the proposals of most other communities in terms of, not as explicit detail, but the abutting communities we did.
All right. And I think it was mentioned that the sewer isn't ready on Walnut Street. Is that correct?
Correct. There's the Walnut Street sewer is not viable
And
as
who
of
would,
today.
who would be responsible? Would it be the town or the contractor?
The developer would have to take on the cost of connecting that unless it's done through some other process.
Okay, so that wouldn't be an expense for the town. Okay. Mr. Mizikar, the Selectmen's Roundtable the other night, one of the grants you had mentioned, the Green Street grant, there's a little discrepancy with the amount tonight you said between 4 and 8 million, and the other night it was 5. How did it get up to 8 million? I'm just curious.
So 5 million?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the other night it was at 5.
So, we're immediately, this round, we're requesting $500,000 for design. And then.
Maybe it was, I'm sorry, yep.
So.
Yep.
The $4 to $8 million is a construction range. So until we get through the design, we don't exactly know what it is, so we've provided that range. So hopefully it's closer to 4, but.
Okay, it just seemed like a big difference from the other night to tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
One follow-up, one more question, Ms.
Okay.
In the interest of
All right, then we'll jump right to the schools then. Schools, always a big thing for apartments and multi, unit. How many units can we absorb? How many kids can we absorb until we need more schools? You gave us 1.7 million. Thank you very much for the analysis tonight. You gave us, a ballpark of 1.7 million for the financials for the schools. How much can we actually absorb until we start needing more schools? Because 1.7 million is now, that's not counting till we start having to build schools.
I can make two comments. None may be a specific enough answer, but we can work with the schools a little bit more between now and town meeting. The first comment that I'd make, everyone knows the status of the number of the high school and the capacity that it provides. The high school is over capacity, right? Like if you look at MSBA figures right now. Elementary, we're in a better spot because we appropriately sized Beal, so we have some flexibility there. So I would say the high school has an immediate need concern, which, as folks may be aware, a statement of interest was approved to be submitted by the select board and school committee to study that with the MSBA. And then, the elementary, we do have flexibility in that. Now, the neighborhood school model, right? So, Patton and Spring and those areas, they certainly are closer to capacity. Beal has the room because it's brand new. And we built it with a 50-year model in mind. So we can absorb at the elementary level. I can't speak to the middle school level at all, but we can get more information.
Like, what's the absorption though? Like 200 kids, 300 kids?
At the elementary school
Yeah.
level, it's pretty close to 200, yep.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. The last person, yes, sir, please.
Hi, Steve Cardozi, Mountain View Ave. I guess that's precinct 2. I just have a quick comment. Been a resident of Shrewsbury for over 50 years. Went through all the Shrewsbury school systems myself. My wife went through the Shrewsbury school systems. My kids went through the Shrewsbury school systems. Been a Little League coach in Shrewsbury. Been a youth hockey coach in Shrewsbury. I am currently one of the assistant hockey coaches at Shrewsbury High School right now. So I want to talk, I guess, a little bit on the school side, speak a little bit on the youth, behalf of the youth in our community. When I just heard the numbers of, if we use 853 units, it's about 165 kids in our school systems. If we go on the high end, which we said is around 1,500, 1,492, if we go on the high end of that, we're talking over 650 students, right? If we use the Autobahn numbers. These are your numbers. I just saw them on the screen. So as a coach, one of our jobs is to educate our student athletes. So when they graduate, they become successful members of our community and leaders. I'm not sure that passing this is in the best interest of our youth, of our community right now. I heard a lot of people talk about most likely, estimating, anticipating, past, potentially, preliminary, projecting. I hear a lot of things, but I'm not hearing a lot of concrete things I can really absorb and kind of pass on to my kids so they can understand this. So that's really my only comment. It's not really a question, but just the numbers that I just heard tell you are alarming as somebody who's involved with our youth on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We shall now move on to the next article, Article 45.
Thank you. So, Article 45 proposes our senior housing bylaw.
So
what
since can we just wait till everyone leaves, I guess?
Yes, please, take a moment.
A little ironic.
Why don't we take a 2-minute recess? We've been here a long time. We'll reconvene in about 2-3 minutes. Shall now, if I could get everybody's attention, please.
Okay.
Thank you. We shall now go to Article 45. Chris?
Thank you. I'm aware of the hour, so I'm going to try to be comprehensive while still rolling through the remainder of these fairly quickly. So Article 45 is our senior housing bylaw update. Primarily what this is doing is taking our over 55, existing over 55 senior housing provisions that are currently kind of scattered throughout the current bylaw, and aggregating them into a new bylaw section more comprehensively. We're also providing an update to that language to provide for more comprehensive design guidelines in terms of these projects, but it's primarily very similar to the existing bylaw with some modernizations and additional local control. This is proposed to be on residential lots of 5 acres or greater only. So.
Any questions on Article 45 from the committee? I open it to the public. We can move on to Article 46.
Thank you. So Article 46, I'm going to combine these with Articles 47, 48, and 49 because they're primarily all one large effort, although they can be taken individually if needed. So these articles are primarily related to facilitating potential development of brew pubs, also known as a tap room, and modernizing or providing for additional areas where nanobreweries and microbreweries, which are existing definitions, can be included. So Article 46 proposes a new definition, which is brew pub. These are primarily much smaller scale in relation to nanobreweries or microbreweries, which are our existing definitions. It does require that the off-site sale of anything produced on site cannot exceed 25% of the production capacity. So it's primarily, typically with a restaurant use, and then allows for additional brewery features. We're also expanding the locations where the nanobreweries, microbreweries, and this new definition, brew pub, may be considered. We're currently only allowed to consider these via special permit in the town center district, which limits available sites. We're proposing to utilize the existing Lakeway overlay, Route 20 overlay, and Edgemere Village overlay to allow microbreweries and nanobreweries either by right or special permit, depending upon the specific overlay and the context of the microbrewery or nanobrewery scale of potential development.
Any questions from the committee?
Just for due diligence, is there an example of something like this somewhere?
Yeah, so I think it's a little hard because it's based on, these are related to state license language. It's based on, production of beer or ales or hard ciders. But the examples I could give is a nano brewery is similar to your Redemption Rock in Worcester, or just trying to give some local examples, Redemption Rock or Greater Good.
Perfect.
Your microbrewery, you'd be surprised a little bit, is closer to your Treehouse. That site is largely, the production, it has a lot of open space, so the scale of that is different. And again, all of those would be special permit, giving the most purview. But we do want to allow that to be considered if a viable site was there for that type.
So just a question related to this. Since they'll be brewing their own beer and selling it, what sort of FDA approvals are in place to have some form of quality control?
Yeah, so they would still be beholden to all state licensure and health code in relation to that.
Dan?
So we're essentially, right now, we're only allowing these in town center, is that correct?
Correct.
And so this is now allowing it into those other areas as well?
Correct. So this would now allow it to be considered. It's currently not allowed in any of the overlays or any other underlying district. It's only the town center district. This would allow us to consider a special permit or in some limited cases a buy right for these in those overlay districts. So the just briefly, the Route 20 overlays is the commercial districts on Route 20. Edgemere Village overlays going from Route 20 into the kind of the commercial corridor along Route 20 towards Worcester, extending that. And then Lakeway overlays primarily from the Chelmsford building down towards the bridge.
Can I ask one follow-up? So is there a specific somebody that's asking us to do this, or what's the why for this?
So we were approached by a brewery that was looking at a number of sites in town. They're looking for approximately 18,000 square foot to 20,000 square foot facility or site that would accommodate that. They have a number of locations. We unfortunately had to tell them that unless we were able to bring this to town meeting, we could not consider that under the existing zoning. That was primarily part of the impetus of doing this. It was a realization that we were not allowing it in a number of viable sites, being limited to the town center district, which does not have many viable sites for breweries of these scales.
Gene?
Could you tell us what brewery that was? Or?
No, I cannot.
Gene?
One thought, would this also include retail out of those breweries?
So if they were proposing a retail, they would have to consider a multi-tenant use, so that they would still go through if it had a specific retail use attached to that, they would have to go through the planning board. Depending
Like the
upon
one in
zoning.
Charlton, for instance, it has a brewery plus a restaurant plus retail.
Right, so, for example, I believe that Medusa Brewing has, they're co-located in a building with a number of other, I think it's in Hudson. So that would be a multi-tenant parcel. We would look at those uses that are being proposed and we would apply, whichever bylaw applies to each of those uses to that proposal.
Milind?
So just to extend to that, so I think near on Route 9, Deja Brew, what is the impact of there? Like near the Patel Brothers, there is the brewery there. Will they be able to sell it?
So they're existing, so this would have no impact on them.
Okay. And how about the wineries?
Sorry?
Wineries.
So wineries, we did not provide a provision for wineries. I believe that's a separate license, and so they would not be affected by this either.
Okay. And just one more follow-up is, will any of these restaurants, they have to have like a producer and to sell two separate licenses, or is it like one in all?
So under this bylaw, they would still need the state license and I believe there may be a local license as well.
Yeah, so the select board are the local licensing authority for alcohol sales, so I'm not sure if this would maybe fall under a different category, but there's pouring licenses, restaurants, and then there's package store, which is sales.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Any follow-up questions? If not, I open it up to the public. Any questions up 47, 48, and 49? That's the ones we did? Okay, we can move on to Article 50.
So Article 50 is a proposal to expand the existing flexible development overlay, specifically Sub-District A. So this is existing, near the South Street and Chestnut Street area. It's the zone that was utilized for the Centec development, Centec North. This proposes to expand that existing sub-district zone as an overlay over the existing office research zone. What this will do, in effect, would simply provide for the opportunity to consider through special permit a number of other uses, which I've listed here. Specifically, Sub-District B, which is not proposed to change in any fashion, is where the warehousing provision is. So this would not include any expansion of warehousing development opportunity. We're also not proposing any change to the existing language. It's simply a map change.
Any questions? Yes, Diana?
Is there a specific driver or specific ask that's driving this map change?
So we see this as, again, providing the additional flexibility to those existing sites for potential redevelopment, allowing them to consider these additional uses via special permit.
Yeah, that's the UMass 333 South Street that's underutilized property.
Okay, thank you.
They've put it out to RFP several times and have struggled to get any development, so it sits there fallow with no taxes, so we are trying to spur.
Any further questions from the committee? I open it to the public. Thank you. We shall move now to 51.
Article 51, this article proposes to correct the existing reference of the zoning bylaws effective date from August 2nd, 1967, to the actual correct date of May 18th, 1955. This was a provision that was actually found by the chair of the planning board in reviewing zoning from 1955, that it did include some lot and bulk requirements that were very limited, but is the more appropriate reference for the zoning. This does have some effect on determining the zoning protections for what are considered pre-existing non-conforming properties, but it's simply an administrative change.
Any questions on 51? Rajesh?
So moving from 67 to 55, is there any substantial impact on any of the properties that?
So this would just, when we look at the zoning, if it's pre-existing non-conforming, we would then look back in our records back to 1955 rather than 1967, so reviewing bylaws. So they would still be beholden to the zoning that was in place at that time. So if it was a 1957 property, we would look at that 1955 bylaw and what were those requirements, and that would establish their protections rather than being fully exempt from zoning, being pre-zoning.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I open it up to the public, Article 51. If not, thank you, Chris. I think that's done with the zoning articles. We shall now move to Article number 7, so we're going back many pages. This is the budget, I think. Yes, page 9.
So this is the budget article for fiscal year '25. We obviously spent a lot of time going through this. We made some updates to you this evening. So the figures that are included here with this total expenditure of $152,590,669 is our proposed spending plan. Of course, the sources are laid out there with, $147.9 million being from taxation. So this is the final touch on such a long process. I feel like we get to this article and it doesn't feel like a lot, but we've spent countless hours reviewing all the details associated with it.
Does anybody have a, yes, Diana?
I just want to confirm, this is the most up-to-date numbers that you shared earlier today. Okay.
And in regards to one of the citizens' questions about making sure we had the up-to-date school numbers, those are included in this budget.
One quick clarification. So this does not include or sort of estimate still from the state budget, how state grants and all those things?
So there's no grants associated in the operating budget, and we are using state aid revenues at a conservative level still, since it hasn't even gone to full consideration by the Senate. But no grants, nothing that would change from that standpoint would impact these numbers.
Right. So will there be an update this week? Like, it looks like they're gonna go with the budget this week, so are we anticipating any change or additional?
If we make any financial changes, if there is significant revenue increases, that's something we can adjust in the fall town meeting.
Yeah, it does look all good. I mean, right now, as the House passed their budget, it's like $600,000 over what we have right now. But we've hit those expenditure caps on the town and school side, so, you know, this would more than likely, I mean, maybe a couple minor tweaks in the fall, but, you know, more than likely be used for reserves.
Thank you.
Right.
I believe we got an email from a resident about this article.
Yes, I believe we're going to have, when I open it to the public.
Okay, just want to make sure that.
Yeah. Any other questions or comments from the committee? I open it up to the public. Yes, sir. Yes. You've been very patient, thank you.
Hey, you know what? What a better way to spend a night, right? So thank you very much. My name is David Remington. I live at 73 Stony Hill Road, Precinct 9. So in 2014, we had an override, obviously, and we continued the financial model. And then we decided in 2021 we need another override. We changed the financial model. That's the model we're using today. And the model was set so we can sort of more stabilized spending, some other matters that came. And we put the model out, and everyone followed the model. So I'm not complaining about the model as far as compliance. Everyone followed the rules, and everyone's been very transparent. It's always been on the website, all the numbers. My problem is the model itself. Now that we've used it for a few financial cycles, I think we're starting to see some problems with it. So when we did the original 2021 override, we looked at, look, we need public safety. We need to make sure our schools are funded, infrastructure to attract and maintain people to work in our town. And we kept that, and it was great, and we still want to do that. But if you look at what we're spending, you look at fiscal 27, 28, 29, it's $15 million in debt. And you push another $9 million in 2030. We've saved up 8.7 something million, but we're still $6.4 million in debt in 2029. And all the reserve funds are gone. I understand that we're going to continually need overrides because we have the structural deficit, but our spending levels are a little high. And now what we're doing is, so we assumed it was going to be a 4-year before the next override. We ended up moving it to 6 because of some extra revenues and other things the town manager's office has done. It was great. But let's assume then every 5 years we have an override. And they all have to be bigger and bigger than the last one because we're spending at, I think 27, 28, 29, we're spending at 3.6, 3.7% above the last year's budget, even though we're capped at 2.5%. And then we all hear about schools. Well, we need the expansion. We need other construction, and there's going to be other projects. So every 5 years, there's no way out of this merry-go-round, I'll call it. Every 5 years, we're doing an override and then sprinkling in needed infrastructure. I just don't see that as a viable fiscal plan. If you had a business and you said, I'm going to overspend because I have a set income, my income is set at no more than 2.5% for 60% of my budget, but I'm going to spend over 3.6%. There's no surprise you need an influx of capital every 5 years. And if that doesn't happen, it's going to devastate your model. In 2021, the schools needed $3 million. They were going to take away 30 positions. Much higher debt now, much higher cost. We're trying to retain people and bring people in, but we say, look, every 5 years, if we don't pass this, the town doesn't pass this, you might lose your job because we get rid of X amount of positions. And maybe we can't fund infrastructure because people now become, I'll call it override fatigued. So what I want to do, I would like the board not to recommend the 2025 budget so that we can go have a discussion about a new financial model. As an example, and don't say this is what I want to do, this is just an illustration. If we took 1% off 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, for 5 years, 1%. That saves us $9.7+ million. Pays for 2029, pushes the override over another year. Reduces our base, so it reduces the amount of override we need, and it pushes it out. The new model's goal, because the old model, again, everyone did right, but the new model will say, let's have a reduced overrides and further time between them. So less overrides and less amount for the override. That will give us a little more financial stability. You know, we were really lucky that we were able to, through the town manager's office, when we built the police station, we got that great bond, we saved $2 million. We miss one of these overrides, that's gonna mess all that up. Interest rates go up. Again, retaining people, retaining our public servants. Just at 1%, and we're set. Never mind looking into the town for some sort of, I won't call it more efficient, but some other ways that we can save money. Using resources from different departments to overlap, sharing resources. I'll just use this because Dr. Sawyer brought up he has 2 people for cybersecurity in his budget. I've worked with cybersecurity. You should not break cybersecurity up among different departments. You should have a centralized cybersecurity matter, and then that goes out. If there's a cybersecurity issue, which department do you call? Who is it? What systems are they running? When you have non-compliant systems or somebody inside your system has a vulnerability that you don't know about, you have the best guy in the world, but the other department has a vulnerability. I use it as an example to show I think there are some things in this town that we can do. Shared resources, looking at unhired FTEs, where's that money going? Should we pull it back into a general fund until those people are hired? Things we did in my old job that I think we could do here to reduce the money so we can have the same resources. I want good schools, I want good public safety, I want all that, I want infrastructure, but I want it at a lower cost. And I want smaller overrides, and I want overrides to be pushed further and further away from each other. If not, when they don't pass, and they won't pass if we put them every 5 years and sprinkling in infrastructure, we are hurting. We're all gonna be hurting. So that's my thing, so please don't ask for the budget to go through, okay? Any questions? I know it's been a long night, guys. Yes, sir.
I don't disagree with the idea. I think
Okay.
It's a good idea. I actually brought up to Dr. Sawyer, why are you hiring a cybersecurity person?
2 of them.
Yeah, I'm in that field as well.
Yeah.
It should be centralized for all of Shrewsbury, whether it's with Selco or
Right.
with, whatever group it is, but it should be one and it should manage the whole thing. I agree. My question would be, actually not just for you, but what happens if we do not pass this budget? If we say don't pass the budget and somehow they listen to us and they don't pass the budget at town meeting, what is the effect on Shrewsbury?
You have to pass the budget by July 1, or we can't operate.
Right, so that'd give us a couple months. I mean, my recommendation would be, yes, we have this budget here, pass it, and then if we want to look in a different way, I think that's something, obviously, Mr. Carr would have to agree to as well, because he's sort of managing this, but I think that's something to discuss. I think.
Can I answer that? So the reason I bring it up now is the closer we get to that cliff,
Yep.
the more we have to cut every year to get to a lower override. So if we start now in 2025, we cut 1%, we're good. We get to 2026, 2027, now we're already in debt. We have to cut 2% to get that override down. So the further back we do this, the easier it will be to sort of have a controlled crash instead of just a crash. And so I think we can't have a conversation of how to change the model without saying we deny this budget, if that makes sense. So if we let this go through, we just are now one step closer to that deficit without a solution. That's my thought. We can control it easier now than we can next year.
Again, it'd be like, you're saying a 1% cut.
I'm using that as an illustration, not as a solution, because I know for every complex issue, there's many, many simple solutions, and they're all wrong. So I just use that to illustrate, just by having a 1% cut, it would save us 9.7, which would push the deficit out a year, our override requirement out a year. I'm just showing a very small change now affects us later. What it would be, because I understand there's some fixed costs, so it's not really 1% of the budget. It's actually more to people who have our discretionary spending than it is for our fixed costs and our debt and everything. So I understand all that. But I do think a 1% cut, any town should be able to take a 1% revenue decrease, because we're taking that money and we're really reinvesting it back in. And then we look for the things we're talking about, shared resources, looking at all the FTEs that haven't been hired. So the money's just sitting out there. Are the managers able to use that money? Does it come back into the town? What do our open obligations look like? Are we having those? So there's a lot of things we can do to shed down, even though we're cutting down the money a little bit, is to still have the full force of the infrastructure, the police and the schools, in my view. Does that answer your question?
Just, like, use your 1% example.
Yes,
Given
sir.
the size of our budget,
Hmm?
about 183 million. That puts it at about $1.8 million.
Correct.
A cut.
Yep.
I mean, if we're just to use that as an example.
Yep.
I don't know if it's prudent at this stage to basically make such a decision that could, I mean, I get your point.
Yep.
And I totally understand the intelligence behind it. I'm just questioning the timing.
But I don't,
Because the effects of such a decision could be beyond what we can predict at this moment, because we don't have enough time to, I mean, you're talking about a new model.
Right.
Which I totally hear you on that, but I think that model needs a lot more brain input. I think you're a
I
great,
agree. No, I
very
agree.
intelligent man.
I would say this, though.
But I think it needs more analysis.
But this is when I got the budget. So you can listen to the school board, you can listen to the municipality, like the police wanted 5 positions, they got 2, they wanted this many explorers, or hybrid, not hybrid. You're listening to all those, I was listening to them, but I didn't get the numbers until I got them. When I got the numbers, I went to the town manager's office, talked to him, make sure that my math was right, talked to select board, and now I have this meeting here. So if we say we're too far in to pull the brake, then why are we having this meeting? This is the whole point of it, is me to make the comment. Does that make sense? So when else could someone make a comment to stop it until the whole budget as a whole is done? We just got the numbers tonight.
No, the numbers were available as we were having all of the hearings several
Right.
months.
Well, yeah, until we did a couple of tweaks. But I got the town meeting budget, we just got the whole budget recently. And I, like,
Was it not available online for anybody?
So it was published in February.
Okay.
but again, so the discussions of what we vote on it. And I just think it's not that big of a deal to make that new model. Because everyone wants the same thing. We all want the same things. We just say, okay, how do we decrease our velocity into that debt? Because by 2030, we're $24 million in debt. So what's our override have to be? Because we take 8.7 million out, but what's our override have to be to follow that cost up? That's going to be bigger. And then we have one in 5 years, but in the middle, we're going to drop a $70 million debt exclusion. And that's just right now. I just think that we're playing with fire, hinging everything on these overrides. And it was a great plan. I actually think the town manager did a good idea. It influxed a lot of money into us quickly. But now we played with it a couple of years, just like the last one, we probably need to tweak it. So I see your point, we're kind of getting near the end. But town meeting, if they vote it down, the new plan, I don't think it'll be that hard. I don't think it'll be that hard. It may not be 1%, maybe 0.5%, maybe 2%, whatever the percentages are. But I think we need to have those conversations now. Again, once we get into fiscal 2026, we're at a flat budget. This is the last budget that we're putting money into the kitty. Next year, we're putting like $100,000 in, which is almost nothing on our budget of next year. It's like 190 million. And then we're in debt. In 2027, we're actually out of money. We're using the override fund to pay for us. We're now cutting into our savings.
But just to counter that, I mean, the town is making investments into commercial, in commercial areas that would increase our tax revenue. So,
Yep.
I mean, I don't know if, that's assuming if we have a stagnant model, stagnant growth.
But we
There
have,
are other areas of growth in the town that would affect our budget.
yeah, we want that. We want that 40% of our budget to become 50 and 60 and not have to rely on the tax levy. And I get that Westboro has half the population in just the same tax levy. I get all that. And yeah, the goal is to increase that, what's now 40% bigger and bigger. But with this current model, we're never going to catch our tail. If the school system's about 2/3 of our, with total expense, I mean just total expense of our budget, and we're giving them 4.75, 4.75, 4.5. I know it's 4.1 something, but it's 4.5. We just threw an opera money into it and bought their books. That is double what we're bringing in our tax levy percentage-wise. You can't keep that up. You can't have a business where 66% of your costs are at 4.75 increases, and you're bringing in a flat 2.5% capped rate. That model just doesn't work after a long period of time, I don't believe. And again, if any of these overrides fail, we are just cutting everything. So anyways, I just think we need to have a conversation about this before we get too far down the line that it's not going to matter, and we're just hoping the next override came. I mean, just listening to people tonight, the people I'm talking to, because of inflation, because of other stuff, they're sensitive to that increase in taxes. So every 5-year plan sprinkling in needed infrastructure. We're not asking anyone to give us money for something we don't need. I just am not confident that that model will continue a long period of time. Does that make sense? But I understand it's putting the brakes on at the end. That's why we make the big money. You know?
Well, I mean, I think I would just comment, right, this is the situation that the state has put us in with the
Absolutely.
2.5. And 2.5 will never keep up with inflationary pressure, right? So
Right.
we are always going to have overrides or consider massive cuts in service. And so I think the select board, the school committee, the town manager's office has done a phenomenal job of extending the current override to the many years past what they were thinking it was going to be. So I strongly suspect that the town is already doing everything that you're asking for. Maybe there are some additional opportunities, but I can't see them being at the 1% level that you're suggesting for even more efficiency gains, right? That's just my opinion.
So I would say this. We have a structural deficit. We were put in that place by the state. So if you have an income, if I'm on a fixed income with a 2% raise every year, or 2.5% raise in a year, I can't say the solution is for me to overspend. So I think the model we made, everyone did, and but now that we've been through a couple of cycles and saw the increase in our base costs over those years, that far exceeds it. So it's increasing our structural deficit, not taking care of it. And if you keep saying we have bigger and bigger budgets, not only will not the deficit just going to rise, our structural deficit's going to rise because we're adding so many new positions and we're having so much into our base that we'll never get there. So the argument that we have a structural deficit, so we have to increase our spending, I don't think goes. I think you have to decrease your spending to try to catch it, as well as work on making your structural deficit less than 60% of your income, making it 30, 20 if we could ever get there. So our long-term goal is to have the smaller overrides, longer overrides, and absolutely make that structural deficit the least of our worries by pushing it in, by having more and more people come in and raising up our tax levies, not with that, but with other things, those fees and other things. Does that make sense?
Okay, I take your point.
Okay.
Maybe this is a question to the town manager. So what's the amount of what's the total amount that is floating around for the new hires or that's not being used, like in any given time at any given time?
Well, as far as new hires in the upcoming budget, off the top of my head, just on the municipal side, you're looking at probably, I mean, it's less than $200,000.
One follow-up. So did you get a chance to look into the modeling that the gentleman is talking about, or did you guys just chance to discuss this?
I mean, we've had great discussions, Dave more than I, with Mr. Remington, and I think, like the committee, I understand his position, and we are doing the best that we can with Prop 2.5, and I know Mr. Remington realizes that. It's something that we have to work on. With this model, We've been as transparent as we possibly could, and I know he acknowledges that, and I think that's what we need to continue to do as we're looking at the out years for the override, even as we're looking at it in the fall of 2026. That number isn't as great as the prior override, so I don't necessarily know that $9.5 million is going to be an obligation of the community every even 6 years, right? We'll have to continue to look at that. Our revenue model continues to be really, really conservative in the forecast documents that we're using. So, you know, one of those major things right now that we talk to the committee about a lot is local receipts, right? So we budgeted $12.5 million, if I can keep my year straight, for this year, and we'll probably raise about $17 million. And we know once we get to our stabilization policy levels, we wanna utilize those dollars more in the operating budget. That's going to prolong the override. So again, it's a challenging situation. The implications of 1% are great in any year. They're incredibly challenging on April 25th. I think the math is simple. The process is challenging, right? It's a public body, you know, for us to get through this process, and for me to feel good that we can provide services on July 1, like changing everything right now in April is kind of unfathomable. Could it be done? Could it be a feat? Okay, could be, right? It's not impossible, but our processes are quite challenging. This committee has seen the budget more than anything. To restart that a couple weeks before town meeting is obviously not something that I would recommend. Do we need to reconsider the model? I mean, I said that in the first year, right? Like how the revenues work, but we need some kind of model because of Prop 2.5. The reality, again, I know this committee knows this really well. On some of the recent analysis that we've done, our real number on a normal annual basis is about 3.1 to 3.5% in additional revenue. So we have new growth that's sufficient to provide us about another 1%. So we can look at all that. I think our next model will be better, and contributions from everyone in the community will make it that way. And it is just challenging to sit here April 25th and to
No, just to finish the thought. So I think that's my intention. It's not like to stop and go, but just like as an ongoing continuous part of continuous improvement, maybe we can start having that conversation and look into those probabilities.
Yeah, I definitely understand where you're coming from, and I agree with some of it. My problem is you're asking us just to cut a 1% right now on April 25th, and we do have to have a budget. I guess we could be rebels again and just not pass a budget and see what happens, but I'm not sure it's going to work well.
So just to be clear.
But what I think we can do is work with the town manager and ask that next year we try to do 1% more out of the budget, right? Can he start looking at taking that extra 1% out, which is it's a big chunk. And we're going to have to decide what we don't want as a town.
And to be clear, I'm not asking you to decide like how to change the model now, because I think that's a big conversation. But just the mere fact that we do need a new model, and the further back from that deficit wall that we do it, the easier it's going to be. Because if we get up to 26, 27, we're right there, and that 1% is not going to mean anything.
I fully understand that. I'm just saying you really are asking us to change the model this year.
Yep.
And, you know, there's going to be big disruption there. There's going to be disruption at any point because we're not bringing in as much revenue as we're going to have to spend because of the way the town grew. And part of that is the state's fault. Part of that is the town's fault. We had a lot of choices to make over the last 30 years or more to change how we grew, and we didn't. And now I think that's probably what tonight was also about, is people are all upset because we never made those changes, and now we're going to make them. Well, you know, again, none of us are John Adams, so. But I think I like what you said. I appreciate it, but I just couldn't recommend at this point saying don't pass the budget, because we did a lot of work to get to this budget. For next year, I think we should be looking at a new model. And I'm sure Mr. and Mrs. Carr, Kevin, will be looking at a new model, because I think he's the first one who brought in a real model since I've been in town, which is 30 years. So, but thank you. I appreciate it, and I'd be willing to work with you on a new model.
Well, thank you. Again, you know, everyone's done a good job, and everyone's followed the model. So I'm not blaming the people. I think you're given rules and you follow the rules. I just think the rules need to be modified for us to continue and be healthy.
100% agree, and I think we do that in the next budget, when we have a lot more time to figure out what we're gonna cut and how.
Any other
Any
questions?
other comments for Mr. Remington? Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shall now move to Article number 11.
All right, so this is the enterprise operating budget for the solid waste collection program. And the most important part of this budget, which of course we went through before, is that the revenues are split between the tax levy of $1.7 million and raised through the program in a total of just over $1.5 million. So it is a balanced budget. This is a separate enterprise fund for solid waste and recycling collection, and meets all the cost requirements with the new hauler for July 1.
Any questions or comments on Article 11? I open it up to the public. Seems all good. We go to Article number 12.
So this is the enterprise budget or special revenue fund, actually, for the sewer, the operation of the sewer department. It's a budget that sees all its revenue come in from the sewer rate and fees, and minor changes were shown earlier tonight.
Article 12, any comments from the committee? Open it up to the public. Article 13.
Article 13 is the enterprise operating budget for the water department. It does include a miscellaneous list of article closeouts as we recover those funds for projects that we no longer need and rededicate them for other one-time purposes in the future, maybe mainly capital investments or one-time expenses that are within this budget, which I guess, Dave, in the sense this would be the reserve.
Correct.
So, again, minor changes made to the water enterprise earlier this evening.
Any comments from the committee? Open it up to the public. Article 14.
Article 14 is the Stormwater Enterprise Fund, and this is raised through the stormwater fee. No changes were made, so this is exactly as it was presented by the engineer during the budget hearings.
Any comments from the committee? Public? Article 15.
Article 15 is the PEG Enterprise, so we receive part of the cable franchise fee that's collected by Selco, and it's provided to the town to fund the operation of Shrewsbury Media Connection. So this is a receipt of funds that gets transferred out to SMC.
Committee members? The public? So now move to Article 24.
Page 37.
Sorry?
Page 37.
37, thank you. You read my mind. Right.
No.
Article 24 is a standing article where we provide funding for counseling and educational services. This is $326,000 transfer from free cash. It funds operations of Shrewsbury, part of the operations of Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services.
Gene?
I've seen this budget go from about $50,000 up to 300 some odd thousand. Is there a time and place when we should have somebody from the town sit on their board of directors? I've asked this question before.
Yeah.
I think it's getting to the point where we're working with an outside concern. They do great work, but I think there really needs to be some input from somebody in the staff, my opinion.
I do recall your question from last year. I actually thought about it coming into this meeting, and I don't disagree with you, and I will commit to having the conversation. I completely understand what you're saying. I don't know how that works with their bylaws, how they appoint individual members, who's eligible, but we can explore that and at least get back to the committee on that. But I promise to do that.
Yeah,
Dennis?
It's a fair question.
yeah, I think as the numbers going up, it would be prudent for someone to be on the board. I'd agree. I also would say I can see why the numbers are going up if you look at just in general what's going on with the communities.
Any other questions or comments on Article 24? The public? We shall move now to Article 25.
So Article 25 is the revised capital improvement plan. This funds capital improvements outside of the utility budgets. This is a revised number, down significantly. The major change was the removal of the fire rescue truck. And though that endeavor will be funded through American Rescue Plan Act funds, we'll be rededicating the free cash that was supposed to be used for that acquisition into the general stabilization fund article. But we did add in the acquisition of 2 police motorcycles. The 2 existing motorcycles are at end of life, and actually very deficient on their safety systems given their age and compared to the modern motorcycle. We did make that change.
Yeah, and we swapped out like an Evans trailer, and the Comfort Dog is going to be funded.
Oh yeah, took
Yeah.
a couple other things out as well. I apologize.
Committee members?
I didn't even know we had motorcycles. I don't think I've ever seen them. So is there a benefit to having a motorcycle?
There is. I mean, crowd control, they're really important, so parades and activities within the community. And they will be important in traffic enforcement as we create the traffic division.
And-
Weather pending.
And then the question is, how much do we expect to raise with this new traffic enforcement? Are we expecting a significant amount of money to come in from that? At least initially, as we get people to start following traffic rules?
We do anticipate a revenue influx from it, and especially within the commercial vehicle area within the community.
Okay.
Correct.
Jean?
The electric bikes, they're in the police budget?
Those were a grant. We received a grant for
Going to take grants? Okay, thank you.
Any other comment from the committee? Ms. Garnett, you had a question. We all know you. You can speak from there if you want to.
I just wanted to add really quick, the most important thing the police motorcycle is for. Santa Claus arrives. He delivers the toys from the toy drive on it. So I just wanted to add that. You should check it out.
Thank you. Article 26.
So this is a capital improvement plan associated with sewer operations, sewer operations. So at the top of the chart, you'll see the funding sources, mainly coming $570,000 coming from closeout of articles that we no longer need the funds for. Also transferring $2.6 million from the sewer surplus account. So you'll see the investments that we're making down there. Those are largely the same that were presented at the budget hearings. So $3,477,565 in sewer investments.
Any questions from the committee? Public? Article 27.
The stormwater capital improvement plan, it's $414,000 with the largest investment of $400,000 into a new, more modern and different approach for a street sweeper.
Any questions on Article 27 from the committee? Street sweeper? The public? Shall now move to Article 28.
Article 28 is the capital improvement plan of non-debt service funded items for the water department. So this is a small capital improvement plan. It does not include any investments that we'll make through the $12 million capital or borrowed capital investments. It was approved last spring at the annual town meeting. We'll keep the committee advised as we move nearer to the next borrowing for major investments.
Also the $18.5 million appropriation.
Oh, yeah. Also that. Sorry, this is also, I feel silly now, seeking $18.5 million
gonna ask about
borrowing
that.
authorization. I honestly didn't mean to do that. For
that's why.
the construction of the home farm treatment system and plant to remove PFAS, which is our obligation now that the Environmental Protection Agency has finalized their levels that we have to come into compliance with for our drinking water system.
And the rate structure that was adopted by the water commissioners takes the debt payments into consideration, and it's rate funded.
What is the deadline on that? As far as
The
timing?
deadline for
When we need
compliance.
to have the PFAS number?
I believe the deadline, I'll get back to you. I'm pretty sure it's the end of calendar year 27, though.
That's,
So,
I'm more just curious.
yep.
Have we already gone out for bid on this? Or-
We're under design. So we put $1 million worth of design. We're getting to that stage, and we've been authorized for state revolving fund, so we'll be at the 2% interest rate for this, which
Does that $1 million sort of go into the 18.5, or that's separate?
It's separate, yep.
Diana?
So what's the level of confidence that the 18.5 will be sufficient if we're still in design phase?
Rather confident. We're far enough into it at this point. I don't know what particular percentage, Keith, if you know, but we're far enough into it.
I think they're around 60% design at this point. That's typical for most construction projects to have a very good understanding of what the budget's gonna be.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Milind?
And so just for clarification, does it take care of all the wells that are in the
Yes.
home farm?
We do have that advantage that all of our wells are relatively within the same well field, so there's other communities that have to construct multiple PFAS treatment plants because their wells are in various locations.
Well.
Any other questions from the committee? I open it to the public. Yes, Dee.
Can I just ask real quick? I know we've gone over it before, but we just built a water treatment plant. Can you just explain real quick why we have to so quickly build another water treatment plant?
Absolutely. So when the current water treatment plant was constructed and put online, it was started construction in 2017. The primary purpose of it was to remove manganese and continue the treatment for certain volatile organic compounds that are in our drinking water well. And PFAS wasn't even an emerging contaminant at that point. It was an unknown substance. So since the construction of that plant, specifically in the spring of 2019, these regulations came to the forefront. So basically, in short, our current treatment process cannot remove PFAS from the water, and the infrastructure and the technique and the media that's used to remove PFAS is such a large process that it requires this level of construction and investment to actually remove it.
May I ask a follow-up on that? So does the EPA provide potential contaminants to look for? Like a PFAS is part of the list, but not necessarily regulated at that point in time. So do we look at all the potential list and then see what source we have?
Yeah. So it kind of depends. There is an unregulated contaminant list that the EPA occasionally asks major water systems like us to study in their water system. Some of those have come into regulatory compliance, and some of them have not. So I think getting to the question that you may have is, are we building a broad enough spectrum of our treatment program to remove future contaminants? We are moving in that direction with this. I can't guarantee, because we don't know what the next thing may be, but this is a broader spectrum treatment approach that we're using.
Thank you.
Gene?
I thought this was gonna be an addition to the existing plant.
It is.
Now, you say plant here, so it gives the impression that we're gonna have a separate plant.
Okay.
If I'm reading it quickly, that's what I would have thought.
Okay.
That's the language that SRF used in the funding model, so we maintained that.
Could we update it in the description?
We can update it in the description to ensure that everyone's aware this is a second facility on the same site.
Yeah, we can do that. I'm just concerned if we do it in the motion because they're gonna look for specific language. Okay.
So it's just another building at the same site. It's still a separate plant.
It is. Yep.
It's putting a second plant on the same site.
It's attached.
It's attached, but it's a new plant.
Yeah.
With different filtration. Is it a pre or a post filtration
I don't know
to the other plant?
we'll make sure we have that.
Okay, any other questions? Otherwise, we move to 29.
So this is a unique requirement that we have to pursue because of limitations under the general laws in Chapter 30B. So the state has actually created these specific laws to enable towns to enter into long-term maintenance and management agreements of their water storage infrastructure. So the general laws normally only permit 3-year long contracts to be let by communities. And this special provision under Chapter 40, Section 62 actually gives us the ability to enter into agreements up to 15 years for the maintenance of our water storage tanks. So we're taking advantage of this provision to enter into such a long-term agreement, which provides cost efficiency over that time period.
Any question on 29? Public?
Just one question.
Please.
So it's a $1,386,000. Is that broken down over 15 years, or is that sort of upfront and then they take care of it for 15 years?
I don't know the answer to that, to be 100% honest with you.
Okay.
I can get the answer.
We'll get the
for
answer.
you.
I'm sorry,
Yep.
I can't recall.
Yeah, I'm just.
I don't think the 1.3 is covering the whole 15 years.
No.
But
Yeah. So.
Okay, we can jump now to Article 31.
I'm sorry. So Article 31 is the establishment of or transfer of funds into the opioid special revenue fund. So when communities benefited from the class action lawsuits that were done with regards to opioid producers and the impacts of opioids on individuals, the town benefited. Those funds came in, and because of the regulatory framework at the state, if they weren't used within, well, they needed appropriated. So that means we'd have had to go into town meeting, or they flowed into free cash. So the latter happened here. We didn't go to town meeting for an appropriation. So we're doing that now. We're taking the amount of money that was received from those settlements that went into free cash and transferred into an account that was established by the state that we can use without further appropriation, as long as we can only spend it on the various things associated with opioid prevention and harm reduction.
Any questions or comments on Article 31 from the committee? I open it to the public. If not, we shall move to the last and final article on the list, Article 53.
So Article 53 would have been to adjust the COLA for retirees, but the retirement board did not vote to pursue this, so we will look to pass over this article at town meeting.
So the recommendation from the committee should be to defeat it, to not recommend it.
Yes.
Okay, are there any questions related to this? Not, okay, then, let's move over, that completes, our public hearing. May I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is to review and approve the Finance Committee report of fiscal year 25. It was distributed at the previous meeting. Does anybody have any other comments? Did they share anything with Alex regarding that?
Sorry, Alex, I didn't have a chance to reach out to you, but I noticed a couple of things were like blank or colored yellow or things like that. That's to be updated.
It's actually in the printed out packet that you have, it's all revised.
Okay. So I reviewed it too soon. Okay, gotcha.
Does the committee have any comment or update they want to the document? If not, may I get a motion to approve the report of the Finance Committee for the fiscal year 2025? A second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. We shall now enter the most exciting period of the night, our deliberations. In order to make this efficient and take full advantage of time, we will go by a bundling methodology, but we will discuss articles in a bundle. If there's any specific article we want to discuss within that bundle, we'll go to that article specifically. We will vote individually on each and every article. I will ask for a motion. The vice chair shall make the motion, and the clerk shall second the motion. Okay? So bundle 1 is Articles 1,
Chair,
2.
there is a question, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Have we got a sheet on the bundling?
Yeah, they passed one out earlier.
No, it wasn't shared with it. I'll read it out as we.
I don't have one.
It wasn't, it was only distributed to the executives. We planned it out prior to this meeting.
These aren't gonna be the bundles that are recommended at town meeting.
Yeah, this is just for the, this.
Okay.
Yeah, so, let's cover bundles, 1, which is Articles 1, 2, and 3. So I'll give a few moments to everybody to say if they want to deliberate on any of these articles.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Chairman, I need to let the committee know that we're recommending a revised funding amount for the 300 Celebration Committee, down from 25,000 to 10,000. And that is because when we took a closer look at the general laws associated with it, those funds can only be spent in the year prior to, the year of, and the year after the actual anniversary. So we will be making a supplemental appropriation request at the fall town meeting to put it in a general account so they could actually spend the money in 25 and 26, so.
I see. So it's a reduction by about 17,000 or to 15,000.
15,000, correct, yeah.
So from, sorry,
Sorry.
what, from what amount to what amount?
From 25,000 to 10,000.
Oh, it was 25.
Okay.
But then the other 15,000 would be at the fall meeting?
Yeah, we'll come back, either we'll use ARPA funds or we'll come back at the fall meeting and just put it into not the 300th celebration fund, but give them the ability to spend it. I mean, I don't know how many times the state can hamstring us tonight, but there's
No celebrations.
we can celebrate, but only this.
Are there any requests for deliberations on Articles 1, 2, or 3? Okay, so we shall proceed with the vote on Article number 1. May I get a motion to recommend passage of Article number 1?
Yeah. I move the Finance Committee recommend passage of Article 1.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 2, may I get the motion?
Yeah, I move the motion, the Finance Committee will provide a recommendation to approve Article 4 at town meeting.
Article 2.
Article
Article 2, excuse me.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 3.
I move the Finance Committee recommend passage of Article 3.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Bundle 2 is just Article number 4. So we can go to Article number 4.
Payment of prior year bills.
Yes. And we're going to skip these ones because, correct, we're going to skip Articles 4, 5, and till the pre-meeting, 4 and 5.
Yeah, make your recommendation at town meeting. Yep.
Okay, so we'll skip that for now. Let's go to bundle number 4, which is Articles 7 through 16. No, sorry, 7 through 28.
So 4, 5, and 6 will vote at town meeting, because we'll have
Prior.
better numbers. Okay.
Prior to, 15 minutes before we. Okay, so I'm going to give a little bit of time for everybody to go through Articles 7 through 28. A lot of them we discussed today. If there's any need for deliberations, please let me know. 28, yes. Take your time. please.
7 through 28.
7 through 28.
That's a big one.
Quick question, Article 10. That's using free cash to reduce the tax rate.
That is correct, yes.
And how much were we reducing the tax rate by?
If you sub the 3 lines, total, was it like 1.5? What's that?
1.3.
1.3?
Total.
And if I'm correct, when we, by not going to the max levy, we still could go to the max levy at a later time. We're not giving up necessarily that.
That's correct.
Tax revenue.
Yeah, yeah. We are planning to tax to the max levy. This offsets other costs that would have been required to be raised through taxation.
Okay.
Is everybody okay?
Yeah.
All set? Any article you want to discuss?
Just a comment. I know I asked this around Article 23 at the last public hearing. I unfortunately was not able to attend the Lake Commission meeting to bring this up to the Lake Quinsigamon Commission meeting, but I do, you know, I do support the town of Shrewsbury providing funding to, you know, help maintain our water bodies, but, you know, I continue to have concerns, right? It's almost 50-50 with the city of Worcester, and it just feels like they're not paying their fair share, and I don't know what we can do, and what's the right mechanism to help get them to pay their fair share to maintain the waterways.
The only question I have on that is, what's the frontage total between what we have of the lake versus Worcester has versus Grafton has? Because I think that would be one way to get fair share.
Well, it feels 50-50 on in the major part of the lake, at least with.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, but I think
Yeah.
that'd be one thing to bring up. And
Yeah. And like I said, I wasn't able to attend the last Lake Commission meeting to bring this up, but I will try to do so in the future.
We can get some data on, I don't know if we did that last time, get some data on total contributions.
Yeah,
We
and,
actually have more shoreline than City of Worcester.
Oh, we do have more shoreline? Okay.
but how much more? I mean,
I can't tell you
Yeah.
exactly what we're looking- I can go look back and.
yeah, I'm just saying, I think that is one measure we could use.
Well, the City of Worcester has just implemented a new director of lakes and ponds, so I think you're gonna get some benefit from that in the very near future, because she's doing this full-time now, young lady.
Yeah.
So I think you'll probably see an increase, because I think they're gonna get some help to start off with the police. From the police, so that's a big step.
Yep.
Okay, there's nothing else. Shall we start the vote? Okay, Article 7,
Okay. I move the Finance Committee recommend passage of Article 7.
Second.
all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All against, please say nay. Article 8,
Yeah, I move the Finance Committee recommend passage of Article 8.
Second.
all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 9,
I move the Finance Committee recommend passage of Article 9.
Second.
all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 10,
I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 10.
Second.
all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 11,
I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 11.
Second.
all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 12.
I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 12.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 13.
I move the Finance Committee recommend passage of Article 13.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 14.
I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 14.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye. All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 15.
I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 15.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye. All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 16.
I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 16.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 17.
I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 17.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 18.
I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 18.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 19.
I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 19.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 20.
I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 20.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 21.
Yeah, I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 21.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 22.
I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 22.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 23.
I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 23.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye. All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 24.
I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 24.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 25.
I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 25.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 26.
I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 26.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Article 27.
I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 27.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Article 28.
I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 28.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. Motion passes unanimously. That completes that bundle.
Mr. Chairman, we noticed an error in the aid that we gave to you, and that Article 6 was not separately called out. So
We'll
we
have to
should
do
have
it
the
again.
committee reconsider Article 6 by itself. Sorry about that. We
Oh, I
went
see.
5 to 7.
Oh,
Okay.
so we have to go back to Article 6.
Yep, I gotta read Article 6 first.
It's the general stabilization. account.
General stabilization.
Okay.
Override stabilization account. One of them.
Anybody want to discuss Article 6?
So, we skipped that one, right?
We missed
Yeah,
it
by accident.
by accident.
Just real quick, the General Stabilization Fund, is this bring us up to the amount that we want to be at, the minimum amount?
This one's the override, but the general, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So only 4 and 5 we are skipping?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, then I move Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 6.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion, all against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Now we shall move to bundle number 5, which consists of Article 29, 30, and 31. please take a few minutes to go through them, and we can deliberate if necessary.
What's the page number? 29 to what?
29 to 31, three of them. Are there any points of discussion for any of these articles?
Yeah.
Yes, Diana.
Can you confirm for me on Article 30, is this additional, or did we already have this discussion before?
So it is not additional. The current that's in place today, we would need to borrow funding to cover the cost of the expansion. We prefer not to borrow and utilize the funding that we've already borrowed that was slated for the Beal School that we've gotten back from the state and use it to fund these improvements.
And if we didn't, I mean, because the intention of the community was to fund the school, right? When we did that, not necessarily to fund
Yep.
cemetery expansion, right? So, the primary thing, right, is then these are at very good terms, right? We don't have to borrow additional money. Is that the driver there?
It is, right, so we've already borrowed it, so we're already paying interest on these dollars and they're not put to use. They're limited in that they can only be used for investments that could be borrowed for a like amount of time, so it's not like we could use it for a lot of other things. It has to be a long-term capital investment.
Okay, thank you.
Jean?
Article 32, I just wondered what the reply was gonna be from the towns.
32, we are not discussing right now. Not in this bundle. We're just doing 29 to 31.
I
We'll do that
thought it was
next.
Through 32, all right.
Yes, sir.
I'll hold off.
Yep.
So
Expect-
can
Sure.
I ask a quick follow-up to Dana's question? So are we borrowing these funds for, we have already borrowed it?
We've already borrowed the funds. We actually sent them to we actually got it as a reimbursement from the state.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the question is, it's not mandatory to use school-related projects, but it has to be capital improvement, is that?
That's correct,
Okay.
yeah. And we have to come back to town meeting. Like, we couldn't just unilaterally decide to
Yep.
use those funds because it was for the school, so this is the
This is-
process to do it.
So basically, we're keeping our interest rate at a known lower rate than if we didn't use it, we could still hold it, but we'd have to borrow somewhere else at a higher
Correct,
rate.
yeah, yep. But, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think we discussed that one, so.
Yeah.
But it's good.
29 to 31, any further deliberations? Okay, let's start the vote then. Article 29.
I move the Finance Committee recommend passage of Article 29.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 30.
I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 30.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 31.
I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 31.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye. All against, please say nay. Motion passes unanimously. So that brings us to Article 32. I believe we should deliberate a little bit on this, given that it's a citizen's petition. So I open it up to the committee for their comments and their opinions on this particular petition.
Yeah, this is the petition to change the zoning for basically the Worcester Sand and Gravel, from limited industrial to, I think, commercial.
Commercial business.
Commercial. There was a lot of talk on that about things like the aquifer, that possibly being contaminated, et cetera. There was I did ask for some additional information from the town to see how many truck hazardous spills we've had in the last, I think it was 10 years? And I believe we've gotten some information from that they can share with us. The second thing is, I also understand that this proposal, if it goes through, would allow the town, would have them help the town increase the sewer lines out to that area, which is all on septic. So what we currently have is a bunch of septic systems sitting on top of our aquifer. And if people understand how septic systems work, they have leach fields, the water leaches through the leach field, and then goes down into the groundwater or the aquifer. So, I mean, I'm not sure that they brought this up just because they were worried about the aquifer. I think they brought it up because they didn't want that type of development there. Because if they worried about the aquifer, they'd be passing bylaws to stop oil heat and to get rid of the septic systems. What this will do is allow them to get rid of the septic systems because they'll be able to tie into the town sewer.
If it stays if we don't pass this.
If we pass it, they will have more sewers built, or the sewer line will be extended, which would allow those houses that are on septic to actually move onto the town sewer system, which would. Yeah.
So to follow up on, so is the town taking the cost to extend the sewer, or is it who's bearing the cost?
Developer.
The developer will bear the cost, but the citizens will get access to that connection.
Where it's in the public way.
Yeah, where it's in the public way.
It's,
Yeah.
just to
I
be
think
clear, it's,
Yeah, I think it's the reverse what you want to say, right?
Yeah, this is the one where they were gonna change the zoning.
They want to
So if
change
we,
it.
What, we've already
Oh, yeah,
changed the
yeah,
zoning and then
yeah,
we're
that's
yeah, keep the original
zoning the zoning.
Yeah.
I want to keep the original.
you want to
zoning.
keep it, right?
Right.
Just be clear, we're not passing,
Yeah.
we're
We
recommending.
gotta vote on that. We gotta
We're,
vote.
no, we're recommending,
the article.
recommending.
To be
Yeah.
voted on.
What I meant was from the town meeting
Right,
perspective.
right.
My major concern is basically it gives an image that we're flip-flopping as a town. And even if the people, I mean, the petitioners, I respect their opinions and all that, but it's a little bit too late in the process. I think we should depend upon the planning board to basically provide those environmental protections which are already built into our process. It won't give a good image out to the community, to the business community, that we're a good place to do business.
Yep, to add on to that, I think our job as the finance committee is to look at the financial implications and impacts that this would bring to the town. And I think the conversation last meeting got a little bit skewed off to a board that wasn't necessarily ours. That should be more geared to the planning and conservation board. But I think as we previously voted to change the zoning laws, we want to attract top tier businesses. We want Shrewsbury to be a town that businesses want to be in, and this is an area that has been used. There's been multiple trucks over that area, so I think that we should not recommend this.
Right, and I agree, I think it is, Finance Committee, our job is to look out for the whole town, not just any individual area of the town, and to look at, what will help the town financially. And I said in the last meeting, flip-flopping now is just making us look like a non-business friendly town. And the second thing is, there are regulations in place. They are putting in basins that don't exist already, didn't exist for the sand pit, so they are improving possibly that. And I think when we get the numbers, we'll find we don't have a lot of truck diesel spills. So I think we'll be better off.
Now Dennis, if you like.
Yep.
Dennis requested information on how many diesel or fuel spills that occur at the UPS site on Route 20, which is probably the most, probably one of our largest trucking terminals in the community. So the fire department gave us a whole list of incidents. Over the past 10 years, there were 70 incidents in total. Only 4 of those were related to hazardous materials. The other incidents were maybe vehicle accidents or severe weather, elevator rescue, stuff like that. But specific to Dennis's question, there was 4 hazardous material incidents on that property.
And what was the effect? Do we know what the effect of those hazardous materials were? Were we able to quickly clean it up, or?
So I don't have those answers. We just asked for incident numbers.
Okay.
And like I said, over a 10-year period, there were 4. Typically, a hazardous material incident is something that's, at least for diesel fuel, is a spill over 5 gallons, I
I think it's 5 gallons. So they record that as that.
I just have one question. You just indicated that the developer is gonna pick up the sewer from back of Sewell Street all the way to Holden Street? Along with the water line?
So they're connecting into a new water line that is on Clinton Street for their water
So
service.
they're gonna catch the water in the front on 70?
Yep.
Okay.
And there's.
But the sewer's coming out the back, they indicated.
Correct, it's coming across their property, right up at there'll be a pump station, at the Holden Sewell, intersection that they will build, and then they will pump the sewer from there up to, it's just beyond Shirley Ave.
Yep.
On Holden Street, and so but that section will allow the residents on Holden Street, Shirley Ave, Shirley Road, if they wish to connect.
There's 35 houses on Holden. Okay? So they're gonna cover from where they discharge all the way up to the junction of now Cypress and Holden, where we tie in from the high school. And they're gonna pick up that whole cost?
They're going from Holden and Sewell to just beyond Shirley Ave.
Well, they,
Up that section of Holden Street.
so, well, they'll cut down the side street there on Shirley, if that's the closest connection, but I thought the connection was at the junction
Junction of what?
of Cypress and Holden Street.
I guess I'm not sure where Cypress comes into Holden
Well,
Street.
Cypress is the new name.
Oh,
The high school.
okay, yep, sorry.
Going on,
Look at that,
okay?
yeah.
Yep, you got me there, Gene. But no, so currently there is sewer line that comes, from, like, it goes from just beyond Shirley Ave, I guess that direction would be, south to like the entrance of where Cypress Ave is.
Okay.
So there's already existing sewer there.
But they're gonna pick up the cost too there.
That's
Correct.
That's a
That's
big
correct.
bonus for the town, I would say.
Yeah.
Something that should be spelled out.
I mean, there certainly would be betterment fees taken over time if
Yeah.
people that are currently on septic decide to.
Now, will those people have to fall under the Betterment Act there too along the lake? Because there'll still be a pump up. The elevation,
Potentially, I think I would have to ask Mr. Rowley if that's the case for them.
because the one thing, you've got to go under the lake as you're coming out, there's a causeway there as you make the turn. And you start up. And then if you get onto Shirley, then the houses sit down here, the
Right.
street is up here,
Yep.
and you could never get down far enough. So do they come under the Betterment Act then? Will it give them some assistance, or?
We would certainly
Yeah,
have to check with the
absolutely.
engineering division, right?
Thank you.
One quick question. I was trying to figure out, I was circling around that area during the weekend. So where the traffic is going towards, is it going towards 70 or is it coming to,
So the traffic analysis they did keyed on the Plantation Street exit of 290 off of 70 and the Main Street exit.
okay,
Yeah,
thank
in
you.
Shrewsbury.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
Just to add, I think just want to say a few words. I think I appreciate the citizens that bring up the petition. I think they present it in a more much more informative way. So I really appreciate them putting the time and effort. I know it may be too late, but until it's in your own backyard, we don't realize that this is happening. Right? You no matter how many events we organize. But I really appreciate how they really presented this over the period of time patiently and working with the town manager's office and town staff. So I appreciate their effort. That's one thing I would have to put
I
in.
did have one question for the town manager. Will we be able to put up traffic rules like, no semi trucks going down Holden Street? I mean, I know when you come out of Stop and Shop, it's a left turn only for major trucks coming out onto Lake Street. Is that something we can do? And now that we have a new traffic enforcement team in place, they can enforce that?
Within the area, whatever is prudent on the side residential streets, we can certainly restrict it. I'd have to look at Holden Street to see if that may qualify, but we would work to keep the trucks out of the areas that they shouldn't be in.
And I believe the entrance is on, is that off of 70? So there is a main road for them to.
Yep, their curb cuts are on the Mass DOT on
Yeah.
Route 70.
And then they can get to it from, if they come off of Plantation Street and come down, they can get right into that. Okay. Because that is one concern, but I believe we can mitigate that concern between traffic enforcement and common sense.
Okay, is there anything else anybody wishes to say on Article 32? Else we can proceed to vote on it.
I just wanted to say I echo what Lena and Rajesh said, I mean, we appreciate what citizens
Absolutely.
are trying to do, but, and change should not be necessarily looked at like a flip-flopping or bad, we need to collectively think what's beneficial for the town, as Jean was mentioning, it has huge benefits of, builder or developer, picking up that cost, so.
Right, I agree with you. Any other comments or questions?
No, I guess I just agreed. I think they did present
Mhm.
a valid, a well-formulated argument.
Absolutely.
And I think they do have the right to bring this up to committee. I just don't think it's the right thing at this time for the town to do.
Absolutely.
Okay, I guess we can proceed to vote on Article 32. So may I get a motion?
I move the Finance Committee recommend the defeat of Article 32.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously.
So we
Shall-
are not recommending this.
Yeah, we said defeat, yeah.
Said defeat, yeah.
We shall now move to Article 33. This is the CPA transfers, the budget for them. Any deliberations on Article 33? Not, may I get a motion?
I move the Finance Committee recommend passage of Article 33.
Second.
Yeah, sorry. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. So bundle 8 is Article 34, which also they had requested that we defeat it, given that they had another, they had used some other source of funds.
Yes.
Yeah, that's Article
Is this
34.
ARPA funds?
No, CPA.
Oh,
No,
ARPA,
the Housing Authority.
Yeah, the Affordable Housing Authority.
Thank you.
So I move the Finance Committee defeat the article,
Do not recommend.
or do not recommend Article 34.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Bundle 9 is Articles 35 through 39. Just take a few moments to go through them. They're all CPA related. Are there any questions or comments or need for deliberations on Articles 35 through 39?
Maybe they don't recommend it.
If not, let's proceed with the vote. Article 35.
Okay. I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 35.
Jared, okay, never mind, sorry.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 36.
I move the Finance Committee recommend passage of Article 36.
Yeah, can you hold your recommendation on this one?
Sure.
Okay. So we skip it for now?
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll do it on
There,
Freetown.
Yeah, so there's actually not enough money, there's not $205,000 in the historic fund available for this project, so they're gonna need to reduce the amount,
okay,
Okay,
which they can do. They can't change the account that they can fund through, but they can reduce the amount from the particular fund.
okay. So we'll,
okay, so we'll skip this and move to Article 37.
Yes.
So just a quick clarifying, so that number will be updated ahead of town meeting?
Yes, the CPC is gonna reconsider this at their next meeting on May 6th, so we'll have the revised amount prior to town meeting.
Okay, so then we'll vote on this prior to town meeting. Okay.
be there 20 minutes early now.
And so for all these articles, is the funding pulling from different buckets?
They are, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. That is already allocated to the CPC committee.
Correct. Yeah.
So Article 33 is the funding article, and for reserves, there's historic resources reserve, community housing reserve, open space and recreation reserve, and then the kind of general budget. So those are the three buckets that
So is 33 off, and why they don't have enough for 36?
In total, they have enough across all of the buckets and the undesignated fund, but just within the historic funds, they would be in total about 50,000 overdrawn, including this expenditure, so.
Okay.
May I ask a quick question on that? So with the, they do have a estimate, general fund, which is, because 10% is the bare minimum where you want to
Yeah.
bucket it in. So can't they dip into the general fund and then?
In theory, they could have, but the problem is the warrant article itself was wrote specifying the fund that they were gonna pull
Okay.
from, and that cannot be altered.
Thank you.
They can alter the amount, not the,
They can reduce it, they can't
They can
increase.
reduce the amount.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the future, they would need to draft the warrant article to say how much they're pulling from each fund?
Correct.
Okay. We're still learning with the CPC, so.
Correct.
So, did they not know that in advance? I guess what changed
yeah.
from the presentation to, was it just an oversight, or?
Yeah, the original vote of theirs was an oversight, which
Okay.
uses too much money. Yep.
All right, thank you.
Article 37, the Camp Moonigan parking lot.
I move the Finance Committee recommend passage of Article 37.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All against, please say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Article 38.
I move the Finance Committee recommend passage of Article 38.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Article 39.
I move the Finance Committee recommend passage of Article 39.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Bundle 10 is Article 40 and 41. This is related to Centec Boulevard. And
If I recall, Article 40 was giving them an easement so they can make a four-way intersection versus
Yes.
an offset intersection. And I believe we worked with UPS so that they actually put some more of the building into Shrewsbury, so we'll get additional tax revenue from that building.
That's correct.
And if we didn't do this, I mean, they'll still put the building in, it just would be a worse intersection.
Correct. And we have the appraisal amount of $221,400.
Okay. So we'll be, with the easement, paying us that?
Yep.
So it's 220,000 one-time payment, or whatever, the 240, and then we'll still getting the revenue out of UPS for the land. Okay.
No, there'll be no revenue from UPS. The only thing we're gonna supply power to them.
No, we
No,
get
30% of the building is in Shrewsbury.
They moved the building.
Yep.
Moved the building.
Closer to the intersection?
In the design plan that they showed when they were here, 30% of the building is on this side of the town line. Yeah.
Good.
That is, yeah,
And that was a request that the town made of them,
that was that was
so
no, it's-
kudos to the town for making that request.
So, can I ask one? So along with that 30% building the road that is coming in also will be in our town.
That's correct, yep.
Okay. And if it is not, then was there an alternate plan where there will be a more percentage of building in Shrewsbury?
Say that again?
If the road is not, the four-way intersection clean enough, then does that means that more percentage of building will be in Shrewsbury? Or it doesn't matter?
No, it doesn't matter.
They can currently use an offset.
No, I just wanted to clarify. Those who are watching online.
Article 40 and 41, any further deliberations? Not, let's vote on Article 40.
Okay, I move the Finance Committee recommend passage of Article 40.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 41.
I move the Finance Committee recommend the passage of Article 41.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Shall now move to Bundle 11, which are the zoning laws, 42 through 51. I suggest we definitely have deliberations on Article 44.
And
So,
just to verify, recommendations can be provided at town meeting after the planning board meets on these as well.
We would
We'll hold recommend.
suggest that you wait to provide your recommendation until the planning board votes.
On 44 or all of them?
All of them.
All of them.
All of them.
And when,
Should we deliberate at least on 44, so that we won't vote?
Yeah, I think, can I?
Sure.
So with the 44, I think, I have some questions, based on the feedback from the citizens and also from, our staff. So the 3A predetermination, we didn't go for the predetermination because we did all the work using a consultant on an Excel file that's supposed to be telling us, right? So that's one thing we did internally, and then it passed through, or there's no glaring defects in that.
Correct.
Based
So
on
from
that.
the analysis that we use along with our consultant, which is a spreadsheet looking at the area of land and everything, we have determined internally and with our consultant that we meet the muster of the requirements for the zoning district based upon the units per acre that are proposed. We have sent it to the state for review, both the economic review and the preliminary review, but we won't have both of those back before town meeting. To be, like, we're not trying to put town meeting through a process where we're bringing something to them that we don't think will pass. We do think it will pass. If there are changes, minor tweaks that we have available to us that need to happen, that's why we're doing it in May. We'd bring it back in the fall, for adoption of those things. So, it's gonna take the state a long time to get through these processes. I don't know if everyone's aware, but I'm sure you are. Anytime a zoning bylaw is adopted at the local level, it gets reviewed by the state's Attorney General office for compliance with state laws. Normally, whenever we do that at the annual town meeting in May, we get word back from the Attorney General's office in October or November of the year. Now, that is because, it's town meeting time and a lot of cities and towns are adjusting their bylaws, but this one, kind of knowing that 150 additional communities must consider, changes to their bylaw, it may take them even longer to do it this year. We think it's prudent to get in the pipeline because of that.
So one other quick question. So there's a mixed use review that's, I think it's in the, it's in process. So can we expect a outcome or a feedback on that review before the town meeting, or is it also
That is the
not?
one we will have.
Yes, we will have that one because we're within the 90-day window of their review.
And then, so does the town meeting members can expect that within their dockets, or it's not? Maybe it's not.
Have to see what that report looks like, whether we provide a summary memo of it and put it on the website. But, I mean, we will disclose it all, but whether it gets mailed out to everyone, we'll kind of just have to look at that document. Yep.
Gene?
The new owner was well aware of this, of the Christmas tree plaza. of this zoning change?
So the former owner was aware.
How about the new one?
I don't know, I know we've had conversations with them since they purchased. I can't say if the former owner disclosed it to the owner or not. They're aware now, obviously.
I would have thought that the seller would have had to sent that value out to them, that this was in the process of being rezoned.
And it was in the news prior to them,
Yeah.
purchasing
Are
it.
they local or are they a national company?
They're based in New Bedford. I think the new owner is New Bedford. It's New Bedford, Fall River, in that area.
And they're looking to put in a trampoline park.
Well, that's the first bill. So we received the building permit application last Friday for a trampoline center, or whatever you call it.
Yeah.
In what's the old appliance store on the end, the 40,000 square foot. So far, that's the only building permit we received from the new owners. It's the new owner.
Does anybody else want to comment on Article 44?
I did have a question. So if we pass this article, and then we ship it off to the state to get approval, can they, people start planning to build on it, or do we have to wait for the,
Have to wait.
so, again, there's no, we can say we're rushing. I don't believe we are, because you guys, the town has put a lot of time into it already. But even if we pass it on the 30, on the town meeting, it still can't be acted on by anyone to build, high-density housing until the state approves it. If the state doesn't approve it, we can either fix it to whatever they ask us to, or we could start all over again. But by getting it in now, and even if they fail it, they still will feel, most likely they'll say you made a good faith effort. Unless, of course, our effort is completely wrong, which I don't think it is, because the spreadsheet would have told us, and the consultant would have told us. So to me, the benefit is, we most likely will have to do this. I'm not sure I want to be one of the revolutionary to fight this, because no one's won in 40B. So to me, it makes sense that we move it forward. Now, if town meeting says they don't like it, we'll go back to the drawing board and we'll have to do it again, in the fall or in a special town meeting. But to me, I think it's something we're gonna be forced to do. So I think we pass it now and get everything in there, and hopefully, even if it isn't completely correct, we get credit.
Could I have
Yeah, but won't the zoning apply immediately after town meeting?
No, that's
Because-
what I just
No.
asked. It
It
won't be-
requires Attorney General's review and approval of zoning. A general bylaw. will
Oh,
take
I
effect.
see, I see. Okay.
The calculation spreadsheet that you put together, which I think is great, which just reflects 1 year. What if you did a 1 year, a 5 year, and a 10-year look forward, just to provide some added detail? As an example, you can use the same number of units, but I think that was in part the concern that a lot of people were bringing with more students coming into the schools. If there's that revenue that is reflected, just to see that future picture.
Yeah.
I think that's an important piece for people to have as an understanding, or just a data point.
You have to make some assumptions about
I
the
know.
growth and value of the property and what the tax rate would do, so it would be challenging. But we can work on that. If you, obviously, if you increase the number of units beyond 853, everything in my calculations are ratios. So that's split between the top level revenue, and the expenses should remain relatively consistent on a percentage basis, either, either whatever it is, 2/3
But the
revenue
number
over
of people
expenses, yeah.
doesn't grow. I mean, 4 people are in a 4
Yeah.
people unit, that doesn't change, but the number would grow just as.
Yeah, and just, one other thing that, I didn't want to get into too much back and forth.
Smart.
None of the town's bylaws can be in conflict with the Federal Fair Housing Act. We cannot discriminate on housing, so therefore we can never prescribe the number of bedrooms or the mix of number of bedroom units within any type of development within the community. So that will be the case for this. The state was just being explicit, in my opinion, if nothing else, on age, that you couldn't restrict it by age. Now, I know they're trying to promote family development, but I don't see in my mind that that means we're gonna get 4-bedroom apartments. That's still gonna be dictated by the marketplace, and I just don't think there's a market for that.
So I'm trying to understand a little, as I dig deep in, it gets more more confusing than I come out of clarity. So the zoning is to improve the volume of housing units, right? It's a fair market. That's one thing. Is the one thing that bothers me is it's not affordable housing, because the need is affordable housing, apart from building whatever the market value. So if we build it, if assumption, like if we build 853, is that one? Fair market or market value housing, we will be still in the same place in affordable housing percentage, or maybe in worst percentage, because there are more fair market houses than what we are now, and less affordable housing what we are now, right?
I would agree with that. I think the only rational calculation that you could get from, if you know, which I do, right, believe the state was acting in the best interest to try to improve the housing situation, was saturating the market with so much housing that it does nothing but increase supply. I don't think that's gonna happen, but I think that's the only theory that you could possibly get to through this initiative.
Yeah. But for high-density housing, what do we typically see? Do we see very expensive houses being built, or do we see high-density where you're not gonna be able to get as much because you're sharing walls, you're kind of cramped in? So I would, has anyone done any thoughts, and would that actually bring more affordable housing, just because, you can have 10 houses in one area, but it's not like 10 houses over 5 acres. It's 10 houses in 1 acre. And that's not gonna be worth as much as 10 houses on 5 acres. So we probably will see lower priced housing. I think we're also gonna be requiring minimum of 10%, and we're trying to see if we can get it up to 20% of affordable housing. So if we get to 20%, that ought to help out a little bit on our numbers. If we only get to 10%, we won't be any further behind. And we can still get 40B housing, and my other understanding is we could still put commercial wherever commercial is, that could still just be built as commercial, with someone having the ability in 5 years or 10 years to buy the commercial building and then put up housing. But again, that gets very expensive to do. Unless they're putting up, some Millennium Tower in Boston, right? Well, that's very expensive, but I think we have a 4-story limit, so.
All right, just a quick question. I appreciate the questions around the school, and I'm glad that we built Beal the way that we did to be anticipating, right? So I understand we would maybe need to do some redistricting of the elementary potentially, right, to make sure that we can fit the elementary kids. But is there any possibility to do any estimates for the middle school, and where we would need to be, right, ahead of town meeting?
Yeah, absolutely, before town meeting, we can do that. I probably know the least about the middle school buildings and their capacity, and.
There is some, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We can get that information.
And, I mean, it's obviously best guesses and speculation, so we don't know until things happen, but.
Yeah, I mean, that was the hard part with the last gentleman that spoke, he was talking about forecasting. I mean, we just don't know. This is not a requirement for anyone to build housing. It's an opportunity to put zoning in place. No one asked how many breweries were gonna be built when we went to that one,
Not
which I
enough
was
for this
disappointed
town.
in, so.
That's why I asked about due diligence. I want to know where we could test it out.
So Kevin, is
I mean, do we wanna postpone voting on this till we get?
We are.
Yeah, we
We
are.
are postponing voting
one
on all the
quick
zoning
thing.
ones.
I know there was a lot of emphasis on, like the resources that is available or the numbers, right? 850 versus 1500. Is there a way to put, and the state MBTA Act says minimum 1500, right? So people kind of get onto that. So is there a way for us to put a max number as a town?
I mean, the maximum number would be 1,497 units. That's what we have to zone for.
But can we explicitly say
I
that?
mean, I can run the model at that number. I honestly don't think that's realistic, but I can run the number and show what it is as an alternative. I think the end result is still gonna be at minimum, 1/3 of whatever the tax revenue that's raised greater than the expenses, right? Like it's a
But-
ratio there.
I guess I argue, would they even be able to build that many? Because to do that, they'd have to take out
Yeah, 100%, yep.
things. So really, you put the numbers in that say 250 or whatever, however many each one is short. We're not getting 1,497 new units.
So that's,
If we do, we've taken out 700 units so that we can get those 1,400 units.
100%.
Or-
that's our argument. So I was little getting confused with that. So when the state says you have to have a 1,400 minimum unit zone, and then they don't do any governance or compliance on that, just to zone it and leave it. Is that our understanding that we are?
It's truly zoning. There is no.
So how the housing crisis mitigated by that thing?
Market takes over.
The market.
The market.
Yeah. They're saying that, developers are just waiting in the wings to do these high-density developments, but there's no zoning for them to do it, and as soon as you implement it, they're gonna be all over it.
What happened to this ghost houses, ghost properties renovation into a housing?
Yeah.
These things come and go. Makes no sense to put a policy where you cannot enforce or where you're not willing to enforce.
And then the last question is this by right that we get approved and then, the lawsuits come and the Attorney General decides it's unconstitutional? Because we had it zoned with the overlay at one point, does that mean they have the right going forward?
No, I mean, we'd have to take action, and, I
Yep.
mean, depends, I don't know how the courts would rule if it was really found that way. Does it undo every municipal's action because it was unconstitutional to start with? I don't really know the answer to that. But if nothing else, we can call a special town meeting upon 14 days' notice and undo this overlay district by striking it from the zoning bylaws.
Are there any other deliberations on 44? Otherwise, we can move on.
I have one question on
Sure.
42.
Sure, please, go ahead.
So I'm a little worried about the electronic sign, especially for residential, like apartments and everything. So concern is like, are we creating a problem by, we didn't have this, right? Now we are allowing it. So are we creating a future problem? Especially, we have a lot of apartments in Route 9 area or Arbor Drive. And this will allow them to put an electronic sign, which currently doesn't exist. And they are doing fine. So I'm just, that's my concern, is like,
I understand that concern, and I'll be honest with you, I don't understand the residential component of this bylaw as detailed as I need to be able to answer your question, but I can get you a question within a few days since you're not voting this evening.
thank you.
Okay, if there's no questions on any of the zoning articles, let's move to Article 52. It was related to the construction of utility poles and overhead wires. Take a few moments to go through it, and if we need to deliberate, let me know.
I had one question, Vikram, on that one.
52?
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
So, Kevin, one clarification on 52. So, if a homeowner wants to do the, overhead wire in underground, who is it? Who bears the cost? Is it Selco and the homeowner, or how does
So
it work?
the homeowner already bears the cost for anything on their property. So anything from the pole to their home, So, yep, you know,
I did this at my property.
Yep.
Just for maybe feedback, and we covered all the costs because it comes from the pole, you need an electrician, you need a permit, all of those things. But we did it because it was safer. There were trees involved and other things. So I think it's a smart push. But if a road is gonna be rebuilt, are they gonna be requiring that if there's poles there, those?
It's not required.
Okay.
I think it's in Selco's interest. You know, I spoke to Chris Roy, the general manager of Selco, about this. And, you know, I think an important point that he made that wasn't made tonight, you know, we're moving in an initiative to be net neutral and more reliant upon our electric system. The more reliant we're on our electric system, the more reliable we have to be. So we think these do work hand in glove. There's an aesthetic component to this, but, you know, if everything's gonna be electric, you know, as, you know, the vision for climate mitigation, then we need to be really, really reliable. And this is a better approach for that.
It also, my understanding is, and a lot of cities are trying to go, and towns are trying to put
Aesthetic,
everything underneath
yep.
because it's less expensive to maintain. You have less outages during winter storms, et cetera. So, you know, it could actually benefit our electrical rates at some point. You know, it definitely will, I think, help on outages.
So I think that's where we need to incentivize residents more to steer towards that.
Yeah,
Which is,
So,
and that's the program and the grant that Rebecca mentioned.
so this takes away the option of being able to go overhead. You only have the option now to go underground. And then is there any like incentive programs
Yes.
that will incentivize people to do that?
Help offset the cost.
Okay.
so going forward, everything is underground, right?
For anything new.
Anything new is going to be always underground, and then any existing residents wants to do it.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else on 53? Otherwise, 52, otherwise we can vote on it. May I get a motion, Dennis?
I move the Finance Committee recommend passage of Article 52.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. Article 53, we wish to defeat. So if there's no comments, let's just go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I move the Finance Committee recommend defeat of Article 53.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Article 54, related to the bins. Anybody have any questions or comments or deliberations on 54 that they need to discuss? Dennis, may I get a motion?
I move the Finance Committee recommend passage of Article 54.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. We have completed our deliberation phase. We shall now review the meeting schedule. Alex will need a pre-meeting time, so will you distribute that? I think we have a lot to discuss, so 30 minutes would be 30, because we have all the zoning articles to do as well. 30 minutes should be good enough prior to whenever the annual town meeting is held. Is that 7?
7.
So 6:30, everybody? Okay, and that's Monday, May 10th, May 20th, okay. So does anybody else have any comments on the schedule? Don't need to go through, we've been through it many times. Okay, if not, we go to item number 8. Does anybody have any other business they wish to share? If not, we can go to item number 9, the correspondence we received, the email to the Finance Committee from Taylor Galusha regarding Stay Connected Shrewsbury. The second one was emailed to the Finance Committee from Mr. David Remington regarding the April 11th Finance Committee meeting. And the third was the email to the Finance Committee from Hannah Kane, State Rep, regarding the fiscal year 25 House Ways and Means budget release. Any questions or comments on the correspondence that we received? If not, may I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you all for spending, giving all this time. It was very well spent.
I think it's